Hello, hello! Hi! Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the stream. Oh my god, the cat just walked up. He knew. Alright, I gotta turn on the game still anyway. There you go. There you go. Enjoy that cat for a second. Let me boot up the game here. Anyway, hey everyone, how's it going? Welcome back to the stream. This is a cat. I promise it's not a cat the entire time. We're diving back in to Ace Attorney, Spirit of Justice! How exciting, right? Super exciting. Alright, I got the game booted up. Hey, 21 Snakes, how's it going? Cat, can I switch scenes now? Are you gonna let me do that? Can I show people the video game, or do you need more attention on camera? Looking around. What are you looking for? This is what it's like to have a cat. During the holidays, let me tell you, he's like, I smell that turkey and that ham. Those both smell like things that I am interested in eating. Pretty funny. Alright. Hey! There I am. How's it going? Let's put the game on the screen. Whoop, there we go. And let's see. Where can we put cat cam so it's not in the way? Kind of small. Let's put it up here though. There we go. That'll do. See, now cat, you're live on the internet too, but we can still play our video game. Anyway, hope you all had a great Thanksgiving. I certainly did. I got to be lazy. I mean, I did cook, but we're a small household, so we ordered a meal because there's not enough of us here or friends in the area to warrant a whole thing of turkey, so we just got a meal, and it's still like way too much food because it comes with a lot of things. So we still have leftovers for days anyway. But yeah, it's quite good. And I'm gonna turn the leftover turkey into turkey enchiladas. That's my plan. Yeah. My Thanksgiving was good. Hope y'all's were as well. I ended up deciding not to stream because we watched a movie on Thursday, which, you know, one would assume that I would take the holiday off. Anyway. But now we're back! We're here! Saturday. It is time to go back in the courtroom. Our Rakugo murder mystery case. And for whatever reason in the Rakugo troupe, there's a very suspicious and kind of creepy balloon clown lady who I don't trust at all in any way, shape, or form. So, this is gonna be fun. Alright, let's see what kind of trouble we can get ourselves into today. I actually have cider first before I drink my tea. Nice, fresh, hot apple cider. Quite tasty. Very seasonal. Alright, here we go. May 13th, District Court, courtroom number 4. We found his legs. Anyway, we found out that this guy here, this Sir Wendo Tornado, he has multiple personalities. 3 of them are mostly fine and normal. There is the normal him. There is the jester, who's a bit of a, you know, kind of a clownish guy and not the brightest, so we were able to use him to get more information out of them. And Cortisan, who her role is to rein the other 2 in, particularly the jester. And then we found out that there is a fourth one, very suspicious, named Owen, who's the 4th mystery personality and quite possibly with murderous intents. So that's something. And you know, that 4th one would never come out unless the other 3 completely blacked out, which he is a super lightweight. And he had that manju bun that they just showed a picture of in the corner. Now that I think about it, I don't know if you could see behind the cat. Oh, yeah, you kind of see it. Hold on. There you go. Stop being in the way, Chiriko. So there you go. Manju bun right there, which is made with a famous brand of sake and has a healthy amount of sake in there. So he probably got drunk and blacked out, and then fourth personality came out. So now we're gonna do a test and see if that is indeed a thing that's gonna happen. We sent Taka out on an errand. Oh yeah, there's Taka right there. Taka sitting on top of the judge. We sent Taka on an errand to go get some manju buns, which Black Will is supposed to pay for. So, yeah, that's the thing. Oh yeah, I think I fixed the regular program for the camera, so hopefully we freeze a lot less because that was driving me nuts last week. We should be all good now. All right, here we go. Now that the sweet buns have arrived, this court is back in session. Come on, Uendo, eat up! Uh-oh, what voice were we doing for him? Nice flavor. You can really taste the sake. That was delicious! You love this part? I like it already. I like what we're getting ourselves into here. Yes, a unique sweetness and the faint aroma of sake. Yet, I hardly think that anyone could pass out from eating something like this. What's the matter, Uendo? You're not afraid of a tiny manju, are you? Are you scared of how many calories it has? Yo, in fairness, calories are a little scary sometimes when you look at them and you go, holy shit, I ate how much? Oh crap. Voice? Chiriko, do you remember? You gonna... Why did you headbutt me then right there? I was trying to think. Just looking at me like, you need to pay attention to me right now. Don't be ridiculous! Sweet little snack like this couldn't possibly... I mean, it could never! Less bleating, more eating, witness. Fine. Whatever. Chiriko, stop trying. Don't mute the mic. Don't do that. Get away from there. Eating sounds. Oh, you're drunk. See? I told you! It don't affect me and... Okay, cat. It might be a lightweight, but come on, nobody's that light. Seriously, nobody gets drunk off of one little bun. And they're out. We went through the full trifecta. Owen? Wakey wakey! Oh! Not what I was expecting. It looks like it worked. Oh my! Witness, please tell the court your name and occupation. My name is Owen. I'm 5. Oh, it's a kid! Oh, it's a kid? What? You're 5 years old? Am I in trouble? Please don't yell at me. Ooh. Oh my god. So he's Wendo's 4th personality? I'd hardly think a child like him could have a motive to murder the victim. Hey! Hey, do you want to talk about what you said and did to I'll Be Your Guide? Huh? We need to talk about this? As I fix my filter, because it's like trying to filter out my hair right now, and that's not good. Do that. There we go. And even if he had a motive, could he have actually committed the murder? That's a very good point. Owen does appear to be very timid and weak. Oh. It seems the defense was hoping this hidden personality be the real killer. Could be someone who was easily manipulatable. A child is very easy to manipulate if you are a crazy balloon clown lady. I don't trust her, because I don't like clowns. But now that he is standing here before us, it is clear that none of Wendo's personalities can be the killer. Eek! Look, you are saying this purely on just because he's a child, but let's not forget how quick you were to point the finger at I'll be your guide for being a murderer in the very first case, you jerk. Where can I even go from here? Shisho! Shisho! Owen, do you know something about what happened to your master? Come on, buddy, won't you tell Auntie Athena what happened? Oh, what a scary lady! I'm not scary! Look at this auntie's big smile! Oh, right, Naruto wasn't the prosecutor. Rico, stop. No, sit down. Yeah, he wasn't the prosecutor. Okay, fine, I'll forgive. No, get away from the mute button. Tell me about your master, please. Pretty please, the sugar on top? Okay. Shisha was super nice. He always played with me. Just like a real grandpa. I loved Shisho. Athena, do you sense anything behind his words? I sense his sadness. Sadness so pure it's heartrending, but no discord. Oh, but Clavier did accuse a child of murder. Yep, yeah, he did. You know what? But he was nice to us most of the time. Not for the part about where he was, like, wrongly accused people. But at least he was polite and respectful and didn't call us mean names. Like sea urchin. Prosecutor said Madi is right. Owen isn't the killer. But then, don't you find it odd? Find what odd? Let's review what we've learned so far. Wendo rearranged the character cards to pin the blame on Bucky. Well, that's because the original message implicated Owen. But Owen is only 5 years old and absolutely adores Master Tornado. Exactly. The other three personalities also have no motive for murder. If Owen isn't the true culprit, the person who first laid out the cards probably wouldn't have been Master Tornado. So then, who did it? Hence, did the appearance of Owen help you figure anything out? Yes, Your Honor. I now know who it was that first laid out the character cards. I thought it was the victim, right? No, Your Honor. I don't believe it was. The one who arranged the character cards on the table was none other than the true killer. I believe the person who laid out the cards is the very person who killed Taifu Tornado. How quickly you move on to a new target when your Owen theory proves false. Pulkunen! I don't know what a Pulkunen is, but I know I am definitely not one. Before you start with the sermons, why don't you hear me out? Yes, let's hear the defense's reasoning. Please proceed, Miss Sykes. But if you are bluffing, I won't go easy on you. I understand, Your Honor. Now then, please recall the original crime scene. Who did the character cards name when the scene was discovered? Let's see. I believe they implicated the defendant, Bucky Wet. That's right, but then we found out that the message originally read Owen Forth. Which implicated the young boy, Owen. Exactly, and the person who rearranged the cards was undoubtedly a Wendell. Wendell may have kept silent, but we can be sure he already knew his master was dead. His tampering with the crime scene using the TV all but proves it. I confess. I tampered with the crime scene. The reason Wendell arranged the character cards and moved the TV was because he saw Owen the Fourth's message and was convinced Owen had committed the crime. Right on, Prosecutor Blackwell. It would seem that Owen and the other three personalities don't share the same memories. But really, there's no fourth personality. It's just the three of us in here. Wendell feared that Owen had killed Master Tornado, so he tried to hide Owen from us. But it turns out Owen is but a 5-year-old child, capable of hurting a fly, let alone his beloved master. So naturally, the culprit must be somebody else. And this somebody else... Oh, there goes the cat. The true killer tried to pin the crime on Owen. I see. That does make sense. This is naught but conjecture, composed of half-truths and fantasy. Who, then, do you maintain murdered the victim? I believe Owen might know something about that. Refuse to allow such impromptu testimony, and from a 5-year-old, no less. Such a young child is incapable of producing anything coherent. But... Your desperation is disgraceful. You should realize when it is... Oh my god. When it is time to let go and... I saw it! I saw Shisho getting... Owen! You do know something, don't you? Yeah. Oh my, is this true? If so, we must have Owen testify immediately. Don't you agree, Prosecutor Sadmati? You look so mad about all this. All right, Owen, go ahead and tell us what you know. Kid saw it. Shisho was standing with a knife in his hand. Blood was dripping onto Shisho's face, getting it all red. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared I passed out. This is eyewitness testimony from the moment of the murder. Owen, can you tell us anything else about what you saw? I was so scared. So scared. Owen! His emotions are spiraling out of control. Something must have really frightened him. Is it clowns? Because clowns are pretty scary. Is he alright? His emotions are running wild because he's trying to recall something frightening to him. I recommend a therapy session right away. I see. Yes, please do whatever you can to help the poor boy. Will do, Your Honor. I'd better find the cause of these out-of-control emotions pronto. Yay, widget time! He was standing with a knife in his hand. Oh yeah, because he was cutting up the noodles. Blood was dripping onto Shisho's face, getting it all red. Couldn't move at all. He was so scared he passed out. Let's ask about the knife. I don't think this is it, but... That why he felt sad? No. Alright, we're trying to figure out what's making him sad. Be nice to the 5-year-old. Was it the blood? Definitely the blood.
Yeah, blood was dripping down onto Shisho's face.
Blood? I don't remember seeing any blood on the crime scene photos. Was it the wine? Ooh, excuse me. Besides, if the victim was standing upright, how could blood drip down onto his face? As I expected, all we managed to obtain from this child is a tale he dreamt up. Yes, it's a little weird for blood to drip onto the victim's face if he was standing up. Unless it dripped down from the ceiling or something? What do you think, Simon? It is weird to see him from this angle. Look at that puff of his hair. I don't know. Owen's one confused and upset kid right now. Who knows how accurate his memory is. Maybe it's time for that thing instead. Huh? What thing? That thing you and your cohorts do. You call it rotate your thinking about? Oh, you mean turn your thinking around? Yes, whatever. Same thing either way. No, it isn't! Who's ever heard of rotating your thinking? I mean, kinda gets you to the same place, though. I mean, rotate is... Hey, wait a minute. What? You know what, Simon? In this case, I think rotate just might work perfectly after all. Come again. All I have to do is rotate things by 90 degrees. When he saw his master, Owen must have been... lying on the floor, I guess? Hold on, let me think about this. He's lying... Okay, so Shisho is like this. If he's lying on the floor like that, then he sees... here. But if then Shisha would also be like this. He was on the floor too. It would look like they're both, I guess, lying on the floor.
Owen must have been lying on the floor when he witnessed his master's murder.
What?
And that's the conclusion I arrived at when I rotated my thinking by 90 degrees. Which means that all the visuals in my matrix were off by 90 degrees.
And?
This means Master Tornado was also lying on the floor, which solves another mystery.
And which mystery is that?
The mystery of how blood could have been dripping onto the victim's face. It becomes much easier to imagine how that could happen if he was lying down. Like someone bleeding onto Master Tornado from somewhere up above him. I remember now. Somebody was sitting up on top of Shisho.
Cool.
So trying to recall his master's bloody killer's what spooked Owen originally. The blood that stained the victim's face red came from the person sitting on top of him. The victim was holding a knife, so likely he nicked his attacker as he was fighting back. This means his assailant was injured on their face somewhere, like the forehead, perhaps? Who's wearing a big ol' hat to hide their forehead? Oh, she's got bangs, too. Oh, but he's also... he's got a headband, so they could try to accuse him of that, too. Assuming the victim and his attacker were face-to-face, then yes. I see. Then that is what happened. But if I recall correctly, the accused has a fresh bandage on his forehead, does he not? Oh my god. God damn it! That injury of Mr. Wet's is conclusive evidence that he committed this murder. Why? How dare you? Stop jumping to conclusions, we're not done here yet. It seems you have dug yourself into a pit you cannot crawl out of. No! Even though I figured out the reason for Owen's out-of-control emotions, all I did was raise further suspicion against my own client. What do I do now? What's the matter? You aren't thinking of throwing on the towel, are you? But it looks so bad for Bucky. I mean, he had both motive and opportunity. Plus, he has that injury on his forehead. Your Honor, I sense that the defense is finally ready to let it go and move on. Well, Miss Sykes, I understand that you don't want to give up on your client, but I won't allow you to prolong this trial without a good reason. Well, that lawyer did her best, but all the signs point to the defendant's guilt. Maybe it's time she give up? She tried everything she could. I really, really don't want to back down, but... Good moment incoming?
Silence.
Athena. Are you having doubts about Bucky's innocence? I wouldn't say that. It's just... You remember what you said to Bucky earlier this morning? You mean, you believe me, ma'am? Of course. No matter what, I'll believe in you to the very end. Were those just empty words? Of course not. It's just that all the cards are stacked against us. We still stuck on that line of thinking. Motive, opportunity, and injury to his forehead. Whoa, we gotta get close up of Blackwell. Hi. Is that all it takes to make you stop believing in your client? Tell me again, who are you to Bucky? I'm his Miss Chickadee lawyer. Do your duty and believe in him until the very end. I will. Man's got Athena by the collar. I know, it's really cool. This is a nice scene. I'm enjoying this. Ooh, I did an interesting tea blend today. Kinda nice. Simon's absolutely right. I'm Bucky's lawyer. He's depending on me.
Defense team, please! No fighting in my courtroom.
The defense is ready to resume, Your Honor. Prosecutor Blackwell is just giving me a pep talk, that's all. Thank you, Prosecutor. Didn't do it for your sake. Did it for the future of Wet Soba. Yeah, I got it. Man just wants his soba. The defense would like to now continue with Owen's therapy session.
Owen, would you be alright with that?
Okay. Oh, somebody was sitting up on top of Shisho, bleeding from their head, smooshing something into Shisho's face. That's funny. What is it? I still hear discord in Owen's voice, but I don't sense any inconsistencies between his statement and his emotions. And there don't seem to be any contradictions in his testimony itself, either. Ah, so that's it, huh? Figure something out?
Your ability to sense emotions is making you focus too much on his feelings, Athena. There's actually something he's being very vague about in his testimony. You can clarify what he's feeling uncertain about with some evidence. Should be able to move forward from there.
Okay, that makes sense. I'll give it a try. I'll just update the mood matrix with the new information, and then we'll be ready to go. So, I just need to present some evidence on what Owen is being vague about, huh?
I like how we have the two different styles of psychology teaming up together here. That's very cool. Alright, blood on his face and a knife in his hand. On the floor and somebody was smooshing something onto his face. That's the vague. Couldn't move at all, you were so scared you passed out. Gotta present something? Nothing was found in his lungs. Okay, first of all, we should save because it's been over half an hour. Alright. Maybe something about the suffocation, because that's the cause of death? I don't know, we'll find out.
Objection!
Nope, that ain't it.
What do you think, Owen? Does this piece of evidence go against the statement of yours?
No.
No, it doesn't. Lady, but you're technically older than me. Look, Owen, don't call me lady, okay? Oh no! Now the lady's mad at me! Wah!
Sykes, please don't make the witness cry.
Whoops.
It's not that funny.
I liked that Simon laughed at her. We're so scared you passed out? But where would you... It was confirmed alive at 4 p.m. Want to discover the victim's body upon entering the room after Bucky left. We were so scared you passed out, but where were you? Blood on his face and a knife in his hand.
Now let's see what Owen is feeling uncertain about. It should manifest as something Owen isn't being specific about.
What's the matter? Is this too tough for you?
No, I'm thinking, so stop distracting me! I think I can guess what Owen is uncertain about. I just don't know which piece of evidence will pull the info I need to the surface.
Can't solve this with a rigid thought process. Try kneading your mind as well.
Kneading my mind? It's not soba dough, you know?
Heh, looks like you learned a thing or two about making soba at least.
You think? I've only been hearing about it all day today.
Well, even with that tiny bit of knowledge, you ought to be able to find your answer.
That's Simon, he's figured something out again, hasn't he? What does the soba making process have to do with what Owen is unsure about?
It might not be an actual knife. Maybe it's that knife.
Blood on his blade and a knife in his hand. Wasn't the soba, was it? Or are we trying to say that it wasn't the bowl? Okay, it's something to do with soba making. That is for sure. That's for certain. I'm thinking the photos showing the soba making stuff either on this one or the first one. I guess we'll try it here first. Happens.
Objection!
Yep, this one. Okay, cool. Let's put a name to the thing Owen's uncertain of, shall we? By identifying the murder weapon that was used to suffocate the victim. Fortunately for us, I spy the murder weapon right here in this crime scene photo. Unfortunately for you, I spy nothing of the sort. And the police did not spy anything of the sort during their investigation either. Pray tell, where is this murder weapon you see? You don't see it because it no longer looks the way it did when it was used as a weapon. Is it the noodles? This is what the killer pressed into Master Tornado's face. Noodles? I bet it's the noodles. Before it got cut up. The mystery person that Owen saw pressed soba into the victim's face, thereby suffocating him. I grow weary of your tasteless jokes. How could anyone commit murder with soft, delicate soba? The noodles would instantly fall apart if they were pressed into someone's face. Yeah, but they weren't noodles yet.
Yes, I agree.
Well, I disagree. There is a way the soba could have been used to suffocate the victim.
What? You'll explain your theory at once, Miss Sykes.
To kill Master Tornado, the culprit must have smothered him with uncut soba dough. The culprit must have used the soba before it was cut into noodles. In other words, the murder weapon was raw soba dough.
What? Order! Order in the court! Yes, soba dough could definitely be used to suffocate someone, couldn't it?
Are you all right, Prosecutor Sunmati? I was just letting the soul of the victim know that the accused will finally face justice thanks to the foolish lawyer before me.
Because he is a soba maker. Yeah.
Huh? What are you talking about? Allow me to summarize your statements. As the accused was killing the victim, he was slashed in the face by the victim's knife. The weapon he used to suffocate the victim was the dough in the dressing room. He then disposed of the murder weapon by cutting the soba dough into noodles.
Ah! Why, you smarmy.
I like how he called him smarmy. It's funny.
Afterwards, the accused put the victim's face into the bowl of soba noodles and broth to wash off the blood that had dripped onto the victim's face from his own. And there you have it, true sequence of events behind this foul affair. Now wait just a minute! I never once said that Mr. Wet was the culprit. Ooh, but the accused knows how to cut dough into noodles. Defense?
That's a very good point, Prosecutor Sanmari. I heard that cutting soba dough into uniform noodles requires considerable training. But then, what about the dying message? How do you explain that?
Alright, that is right.
The defendant wouldn't have known about Wendo's own personality.
Perhaps the victim was simply playing with the cards and they hold no other meaning. Perhaps he spelled out Owen's name in jest sometime before his murder.
That's true. From Owen's testimony, it's clear that Master Tornado cared for the boy. Appears we've arrived at a compelling conclusion. Taken together, all of these points paint a convincing picture of the defendant's guilt.
Owen, is there anything else you can tell us? Doesn't matter how small of a detail, anything will do. You're scaring me. Oh, I'm sorry, Owen. Auntie Athena didn't mean to raise her voice. I have to be gentler with him. Can't forget he's only 5 years old. No need to be scared, okay, sweetie? Just tell us anything you can remember. Well, when I woke up, the person who killed Shisho was standing over me, waiting from their head. Owen, you saw the killer's face? Oops, I did it again. So who was it, Owen? Do you remember? I don't know who it was. Picking up some noise. That means there's still something to uncover in Owen's testimony.
You shut up!
Don't know what Owen saw. Suffice it to say, we are analyzing the dreams of a child. You've wasted enough of our time, Fence. Let it go and move on.
How do you ever get to the truth in any of your trials if you don't dig into stuff? What's wrong with you?
No, there's still discord in Owen's heart that needs to be addressed. Therefore, I can't give in here.
Owen, do you think you can continue your testimony for us?
Okay. I'll enter the new info and run an update then.
Alright, what do we got? Shisho had blood on his face and a knife in his hand. Okay.
On the floor and somebody was smooshing dough into his face.
Couldn't move at all. So scared he passed out. Alright, here we go.
When he woke up, the person who killed Shisho was standing over me.
Why were you happy to see them?
Despite witnessing the culprit's terrible crime firsthand, Owen experienced a positive feeling. One of relief? The person the witness saw was no stranger. Rather, 'twas the accused. And therefore, it is only natural that he felt some level of relief when he saw a familiar face. Fence, end this madness and sully your soul no more.
Owen, who did you see?
A nice smell? I love the smell of that perfume.
Oh, god damn it, camera. This time it's really obvious when it crashes. There we go. We got this.
It's a smell of... You can do it. Try to remember, Owen. The smell of...
Ah, crap. Gonna get the other 3 back.
Owen!
You said perfume, though. We know our boy don't wear perfume.
Seems Owen is now resting in the infirmary. Certainly have their hands full today down there. Let's continue with the trial.
Despite Owen's testimony, it is the opinion of this humble servant of the Holy Mother that the child's words were insufficient to clear the accused of suspicion.
But what about the scent of perfume Owen mentioned?
I believe it's a clue that will lead us to the true culprit.
There are thousands of perfumes in the world.
It could even be the scent of the hair product the accused uses.
Does have one amazing hairstyle, so that's certainly possible.
Judge! Stop. Not helping.
The witness is a 5-year-old boy. Cannot tell the difference between conventional perfume and hair products.
How do you know that?
Why could you have gone for a crew cut or something, Bucky? What's more, the only person who can cut soba noodles with such precision is the accused and no other. Oh man, how am I supposed to argue with that? And so, the person Owen saw at the scene of the crime can only be the accused, Bucky Wet.
What the?
Oh my god, Bucky! Hey! We never use hair products or anything with the smell. If I were something like that, the smell would get into the soba. Boom, check it! Did you just deliver bentos of soba to everybody? You know what, thanks, man. Thanks. Mr. Wet, aren't you supposed to be resting in the infirmary? Whatever! You think I'd let my soba stink of perfume? Try that chilled soba for yourself and see!
I believe we have no choice but to try it.
Judge!
Strictly for examination purposes, of course.
You just want to eat. Man just wants to eat, and you know what? Cannot fault him for that.
Now then, let's dig in, shall we?
He's like, look, I've been up here for a while and I'm hungry.
That was delightful. Well, I'm satisfied that there were no traces of hair products or perfume in Mr. Wet's soba. First sweet buns and now savory soba. Ah, what a delectable trial this has been.
The texture is different from the soba I had the other day. It reminds me of a dish we have in Kurain called panupun. What you think, Miss Chickadee? My soba's pretty good, isn't it? It's delicious. Don't you think so, Simon?
Still pales in comparison to his late father's cuisine.
Simon, why you always gotta be so hard on me? Oh my god, dude, no!
Bailiff, take the defendant back to the infirmary at once for some rest.
Rest? Hey, I ain't a lump of plain old weedy udon dough, you know? I'm fresh like my soba. You don't let soba dough rest. It's about the 3 freshes of soba. Grind the seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh, and boil the noodles fresh.
I think he's got a skateboard.
No puking in the courtroom.
Good grief. What a defendant.
At least Bucky wasn't the source of the perfume smell. Wait, only perfume?
Looks like he remembered something.
The phrase smelly perfume reminded me of a certain somebody.
Oh, and who might that be?
There's only one person that comes to mind. The phrase smelly perfume reminded me of this person. Is it her? Is it her? Because I want to believe it's her, but I actually don't remember shit about the perfume. I love that Nayuta's canonically knowledgeable about food. Oh! Yeah, you're right, he is. Somebody studied food very well. We're gonna go with the balloon lady, because I don't... She's sus.
Hey, new tornado. Yes, she did smell very nice, didn't she?
Just a moment, defense. You wouldn't throw suspicion on Geidu now because of a scent? Your Honor, there is no need to go along with these ever-changing claims of the defense.
I suppose their claims have been awfully inconsistent.
But Geidu could have been at the crime scene.
Yes, but...
You'll get to see those balloons of hers if we call her back to the witness stand. Bribing the judge. How vulgar. Hey!
How do you know which balloons he's talking about? We all know which balloons he's talking about. We all know which balloons we're talking about here. His honor is not interested in such things. Yeah, he is. Setting aside the matter of her balloons entirely, I do believe it's appropriate to ask Geru some questions given the circumstances. We know it's because of the balloons. This has nothing to do with her balloons, of course.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Kunka! Oh, God.
Thank you for calling this disciple of the Tornado Skull of Rakugo back for an encore.
A monster balloon? Oh, God.
It's me, the balloon artist y'all know and love, Geru Tornado. 1, 2, balloon.
I hate her. What a wonderful balloon artistry!
Your Honor, please. Now then, what would you like me to make for you this time?
Actually, I called you back for more testimony.
But I'm all talked out. This case has left me completely deflated. What? You didn't find that funny? Anyway, what exactly is going on, Simon?
It seems the person who murdered Master Tornado was wearing perfume.
And you were the only person I could think of who wears perfume. Wait, you mean I'm a suspect now?
Geru, you knew about Owen, right?
Well, yes. I often played with him a lot at Shisho's request.
So that means you could have left that fake dying message, right?
What? Just because I wear perfume and know Owen?
You want to throw her out a window? Yeah, me too. Please go away.
You think I'm a murderer? Oh, how could you?
The witness is absolutely right. There's no evidence but the distorted memories of a small child. It is outrageous of the defense to accuse this woman.
That's right. You don't even have any proof.
You may step down from the stand, Geru. The defense does not have one scrap of evidence that connects you to the crime.
Wait just 1 minute. I may not have proof, but Owen's testimony is still...
Enough. Please feel free to leave, Geru. I'm so close, there must be something I can do.
Well, if the prosecutor says it's okay, then I guess I'll be going now.
Silence.
Thanks, Simon. Oi, Geru. You're an entertainer, aren't you? Once you go on stage, it's your duty to complete your performance, is it not? So what are you doing, leaving halfway through? Woo! She got a cut on her forehead! Nice. There's a bandage on Geru's forehead! And since we know that Master Tornado's killer has a cut on their face somewhere... Possible. How did you know, Simon? Didn't, but I had to take a chance and see for myself. Simon, you the homie. Otherwise, your theory would remain a groundless accusation. Oh my god, she's doing the double death slam again! What are you teaching her?
Your Honor, prosecutor said Madi, the scent of perfume and injury on the forehead. These things are completely consistent with Owen's testimony. In short, the mysterious individual Owen saw in the dressing room could have been Geru.
Sykes! Does this mean you are formally indicting this witness for the murder of Taifu Tornado? Should your accusation prove to be false, hope you are prepared to pay the price in full.
Well, if the prosecutor says it's okay, then I guess I'll be going now.
Thanks, Simon. Oi, Geru. You're an entertainer, aren't you? Once you go on stage, it's your duty to complete your performance, is it not? So what are you doing, leaving halfway through?
Geru, I hope you're prepared to pay the price in full. Simon, what price is he talking about?
That should be obvious. Prosecutor Sadmonk is saying he'll see to it you never stand in the court of law again.
He is a sad monk.
Must say, though, he knows how to make a trial interesting.
Whose side are you on, Simon?
Go on, then. Into the deep end with you. Really have but one choice, anyway.
Well, Miss Sykes, I'm waiting.
With regards to the witness Gedu Tornado, the defense wishes to indict her.
Do it. Get rid of this clown.
There's no reason for me to hold back. Not if I really believe in my client. The defense wishes to formally indict Gedu Tornado for the murder of Taifu Tornado. I've tried to be merciful, but now, not even your pleas will reach the Holy Mother's ears.
What are you gonna do when I'm right, huh? What are you gonna do when I'm right?
You will have plenty of time to regret your decision in the pits of hell. Except I won't need to. The person who murdered the victim was not Mr. Wet. It was Gedu Tornado. Not bandages. It's just a silly slip-up I made while cooking yesterday, that's all. What kind of extreme cooking were you doing to cut yourself on the forehead? Well, what can I say? That's what happened. You also don't have an alibi for the period before 4 p.m., do you, Gedu? But I really didn't know anything was wrong until Shisho was found dead. If you don't believe me, then with a twisty twist. And balloon! There you have it, an adorable little kitty.
It looks more like a fox.
How could you suspect a cutesy little balloon artist like me,
Camera, please. I look away for 1 second. There we go. All fixed.
Gedu, I've been meaning to say this for a while now, but could it be that you don't have an eye for balloon art? Don't you think I know that? You didn't have to come out and say it. I'm the daughter of a great Rakugo artist. I never wanted to do stupid balloon art. I'm supposed to be a Rakugo storyteller too, just like my late daddy. But Shisho told me to do balloon art instead.
Oh, that's interesting. Do you suck at Rakugo too? Or what? What's the deal?
I guess the victim thought she had no talent as a Rakugo artist either. So you're still gonna suspect a poor little thing like me? Please stop trying to skirt the issue. It all comes down to the scent of perfume and the cut on your forehead. You and the culprit in Owen's testimony share these two traits. You're dead set on accusing me, aren't you? Well, here's what I have for naughty little girls like you, with a twisty twist.
Oh god.
I'ma cut you, witch!
She went crazy. Oh no.
Go ahead and make me testify all you want. When the truth's revealed, it'll be your balloon or mine that goes pop. Got it?
Oh my! Is this yet another hidden personality? Oh, she's just crazy.
Simon, is everybody in the tornado school like this?
How should I know?
Aren't you friends with them? Just let that sound sink in. It's kind of hard to take her seriously. Alright, anyway, what she did before the murder.
Yeah, I visited the dressing room during that time to make a courtesy call after my act. Shisho and Owen were in there, but they were both snoring up a storm. I saw the note Shisho left, so I just left. Didn't want to disturb him, you know. Perfume Owen smelled must have been left over from when I visited. So, Gato's saying she went into the dressing room but then left right away.
Don't take her at her word.
Come on, do you really think I would? I'm just trying to figure out how to get her to talk about what really happened.
Now then, Miss Sykes, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
I'm sorry, I'm not over the bonk noises. Okay, well, let's do this. A courtesy call after your performance, huh?
Oh, you know what? We haven't saved in a while.
Come to think of it, Uendo mentioned making the same kind of visit. Yeah, visit to your master before and after their routine. That's just common courtesy with us Rakugo artists and entertainers. So that means you paid the victim a courtesy call before your performance too, right? What did you see at that time? He was having a drink and getting himself into a festive mood. He liked to say that drinking gave him a silver tongue. So he was already drinking by then. Lando wasn't there in the dressing room yet at that time. He must have gone in there during my act, because when I went back...
They were snoring up a storm. Did that make her mad because they were clearly not watching her performance?
Could you describe how they appeared? They were both stretched out on the floor, snoozing away.
So sitting the victim up and over the table must have been the culprit's doing. After all, who wouldn't stretch out on the floor if they could take a nap? Plus, that matches up with what Owen said in his testimony.
But if he was asleep, how could you tell it was Owen? How did you know it wasn't Uendo? I've known the guy for ages. One look at his face and I know which one I'm dealing with.
I see. You saw the note. Where did you find your master's note?
I don't know. Can't remember.
Did you notice anything else unusual or out of place in the room?
Well, there was a sake and a half-eaten manju on the table. But I didn't see anything else out of place or whatever in the room, though.
Oh, is that a fact?
Of course it is. What do you think?
And you didn't change anything around while you were in there?
I didn't do anything. Look, I'm telling ya. I didn't see anything funny in your shisho, and I didn't touch anything in the room.
Your boldness. I request that statement be added to Gato's testimony.
Simon! What's a statement like that gonna do for us? The TV.
Just play along and you'll see soon enough.
I
have no problem with adding that to the testimony, but how about you, Miss Sykes?
I have no problem with it either, Your Honor. What is Simon thinking? She didn't see anything funny, she didn't touch none neither. So I just want to confirm, you didn't see anything at all unusual or out of place anywhere around the victim?
I already told ya, nothing.
And you didn't touch anything at all in the dressing room?
How many times I gotta say it? No, I didn't touch anything.
Wait, but then is she saying she didn't see what Uendo immediately saw when he checked the victim's body? Does that mean it wasn't there yet at that time?
Oh, hold on. I guess there was something.
What is it?
Soba making equipment was already there in the room. That means Bucky must have been there in the dressing room before me doing something.
Thanks for the non-help. Well, a new statement has been added, but she's still sticking to her guns.
And she didn't see anything unusual in the dressing room. That strikes me as a little strange on its own.
Really? Why?
Master Tornado really is the one who left that, then Gato would have noticed it. If Master Tornado wasn't the one who left it, then we must ask, who did? Know what I'm getting at, don't you, Athena?
I think so. Really appreciate Simon's help, but I've got to come up with the answer myself this time.
We didn't press this one yet. Perfume was after she left.
So you admit that the scent Owen smelled when he witnessed the crime was from your perfume? Yeah, sure. Why not? All it proves is I was in the dressing room anyway. Don't do a thing to prove I killed Shisho. Maybe true, but Bucky's the one who got bumped off Shisho.
Didn't see anything funny. Like his face in the bowl. Room's covered in sunflower, 2 drinks. And like the TV that should have been there.
Resting, do not disturb.
I think we're gonna do photos. Alright, we'll save. There we go.
Objection! Gaidu, you said that you didn't notice anything odd or unusual near your master. You also said you didn't touch anything in the dressing room. That's right, what about it? And I wonder who left that dying message with the Karuta cards. What are you going on about? It had to have been that Bucky.
Sorry, but that's not possible. Because only 3 people knew of Uendo's personalities. Uendo, your master, and you.
Eek!
Bucky had left that Karuta message. Oh, we're talking about the Karuta cards, not the TV, but, you know. Wouldn't have spelled out Owen. Would have spelled out Uendo.
What it boils down to is this. As a member of the Tornado School, you, Gaidu Tornado,
are the only one who could have left that dying message. And as the person who left that message, it's clear that you are Master Tornado's killer.
Will you ever quit your yapping?
You are like wretches clinging to the spider thread of salvation. Allow me. Cut that holy thread from the heavens and bring you back down to earth.
Would you quit butting in whenever things start to go my way?
You cut off the music, jerk.
Silence, child. Playtime is over.
What did you just say?
As the witness stated, she went into the dressing room and soon came back out again. The victim's note was not the only reason she left with such haste. There was another reason that compelled Gaidu to leave at once. Gaidu, would you please relate said reason to the court?
There was a reason why Gaidu had to leave the dressing room? Well, I didn't want to show you this, but I guess I got no choice. Keep your eyes peeled, 'cause here it comes.
Your hand is all swollen and red. What happened, Gaidu?
You must know, I'm allergic to buckwheat.
What? Huh.
Allergic reactions to buckwheat can vary, though they're usually on the severe side. With Typhoon Tornado making soba noodles in his dressing room, Gaidu is lucky to still be alive, considering all the soba flour that was swirling in the air.
Good thing I left pretty quick. I managed to escape with just a mild reaction.
Okay, but here's the thing. Why is it only on your hand? Because a centralized allergic reaction like that would mean that she touched something. Because if it was that it got in her system, like she breathed it in, you're getting hives all over the place. Oh, but she touched him when he's being carried.
And I touched Shisho as he was being carried away, and look what it did to my poor hands.
Got my answer.
There must have been soba broth on his clothes or something. If I'd inhaled any of that soba flower, I'd have had a seizure and it'd be a good night, Gedu. Never could have stayed in that dressing room for very long.
Person allergic to buckwheat couldn't be in a room with soba flower in the air. Certainly couldn't use soba dough as a murder weapon either. Okay, but she also wears balloon gloves. So just saying, she has protection on her hands.
This isn't good.
Knew it would come to this, didn't you? That's why you never mentioned her allergy.
As if I would do anything so underhanded. I was simply trying to protect the privacy of this witness. I'm sick of all these accusations. Why don't I just testify and get it all out in the open, yeah?
Gedu's buckwheat allergy.
I come into the slightest contact with buckwheat, I get an allergic reaction. With that much soba flour in the air, that room could have literally killed me. Look at my hand. Just touching Shizo's body can cause this much damage. There must have been soba broth on his clothes. I never could have committed that murder in the dressing room.
Still can't believe it. Nobody told me she had a soba allergy. Do you know, Simon?
Look like I knew.
Oh, he mad.
Protect the privacy of the witness, my foot. A dirty trick.
Now what do we do?
There's only one thing to do. But Prosecutor Sadmonk to shame with your cross-examination.
Right. No matter how small, I'll find us an opening and break her testimony down. Simon's mad. Also, the cat's back. Hold on, I got you. I got you, child. Jesus. Oh, there you go. See, you're famous. You're on the internet. Alright. Comes the slightest contact, she'll get an allergic reaction. You're not lying about the soba allergy of yours, right?
Of course not. I swear on the grave of my father up in heaven. I can't even get you a doctor's certificate if you want.
Alright, I tripped all over that sentence. She seems to be telling the truth.
I've had this allergy for as long as I can remember. They never dreamt in a million years it'd clear me of murder.
And you'll come out of this smelling like a delicate buckwheat flower to boot.
Well said, Your Honor.
Room could have literally killed her. I'll give you there was quite a bit of flowers scattered about in that dressing room. But you went in to pay your respects to your master regardless, right?
Yeah, but like I said, I came right back out. I mean, the soba making tools are right there. I believe I was careful not to breathe any of it in.
You still could have committed this crime if you held your breath while doing it.
Don't be ridiculous. I would have suffocated to death before Shisho did.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Geez, get a grip, will ya?
Look at her hands. Maybe there's a twist here, like you're actually allergic to dogs and not soba?
You kidding? Bring my little Jugemu in here. I'll hug and squeeze him like there's no tomorrow. I'm telling you, I have a genuine, honest-to-goodness soba allergy.
Fence, the witness clearly has an authentic allergy to buckwheat. Any further deliberation on the matter would be meaningless, pointless, worthless.
You heard the man, lawyer girl.
The double slams.
All right, fine. I was just starting to think the same thing myself.
Doesn't mean I have to like it, though.
I probably got this allergic reaction on my hand here because I touched Shisho.
Broth on his clothes, she says.
I have a question about that, actually. Yeah, me too. If you're allergic to soba, does that mean you're allergic to the noodle broth too? Well, the buckwheat from the noodles can dissolve into the broth, so duh! Touching soba broth can be just as deadly for me. Don't you know anything? What an amateur! I'm sorry. Do I look like a doctor to you? Look! Anything that has soba in it, or anything that has touched soba, is like poison to me.
Are you sharing the witness stand with a dude who was just delivering soba everywhere? She never could have committed the murder in the dressing room.
So, I just want to cover all my bases, but could the murder have possibly occurred somewhere other than the dressing room? That is out of the question. By even asking, you show your complete disregard for all we have discussed up till now.
Yes, I have to agree. Defense can't go around suggesting new premises without basis.
Fortunately for you, Chisho didn't take a single step from his dressing room around the time of the murder.
Well, that is unfortunate for everyone.
Geiru could not have possibly committed this crime in a room where soba was being made. Finally, time has come for the last rites of the victim to begin. What would Mr. Wright do at a time like this?
Big brain? Big brain.
Oh, gets! There's only one thing to do!
What are you smiling about? Oh shit, I just dropped my bottle cap. I'm gonna be careful. Has the pressure overwhelmed you?
Nope. It's just, the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I see. Have no rebuttal, and so the only thing left to you is to smile. Ooh. That's why you're wrong. I do have a rebuttal.
Big brain? We're gonna big brain? Big brain time?
Turn your thinking around, Athena. Don't try to figure out how Geiru, who's allergic to soba, could commit the crime. Figure out how Geiru could be in that room and not have an allergic reaction instead.
Let me rest? Ha! Maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles. But I'm fresh like my soba. And you don't let soba dough rest. It's all about the three freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh, and boil the noodles fresh. Locked out. Resting. The dough is resting? What if it was udon noodles they were making and not soba?
Appears to have been written by the victim. Allow me to read it. Resting, not disturb. Yes, that's the note I saw. After reading that, who wouldn't think Shisha was napping? Must know, I'm allergic to buckwheat. Undo! What if that certain piece of evidence doesn't mean what we think it means? If that's the case, I might be able to prove that Geiru could have committed this crime. No matter how hard you search your mind, you cannot overturn facts.
Well, Miss Sykes, if you have no further objections, I'll hand down my ruling. No. No, you won't.
True, I can't overturn facts. But what if we got our facts about a piece of evidence wrong? What are facts wrong? What are you talking about now?
And which piece of evidence do you mean, Miss Sykes? Please point it out to this court.
This evidence proves that Geiru could have killed her master even with her soba allergy.
The dough was rusting because it was for udon? Fave? Fave often. Alright, let's do it.
Take that!
Take that! It's Master Tornado's note.
The note?
Preposterous. What possible connection could there be between the witness's allergy and that note? The answer lies in the true meaning of this note.
Its true meaning?
This note does not mean I am resting, do not disturb, as we have assumed. But rather, it actually means this dough is resting, do not disturb it.
Wait a minute, Athena. That doesn't make any sense.
You're right, it doesn't. After all, as Bucky told us many a time, you don't let soba dough rest. What's all this jibber-jabber got to do with anything? This is it, the home stretch. This note and Mr. Wet's words have led me to the conclusion that Master Tornado was making udon noodles. The victim, Typhoon Tornado, was not making buckwheat noodles. He was making ordinary udon noodles instead. Kunka! That layer of flour in the dressing room wasn't soba flour, but plain old wheat flour for udon. So actually, it was totally possible for Geidu to be in that room and kill her master.
How did you get it all over your face? What? If that's true, it changes everything.
Your Honor, the defense requests that the flour in the room be tested immediately. Soba noodles were found in the bowl, and Geidu did have a reaction on her hand. How do you explain those things? Well... Even were it udon flour instead of soba, you still cannot prove that Geidu committed the crime. But...
Don't lose your nerve now. Keep charging forward or you'll feel my blade at your back.
Enough with the threats already! I got it! Talk about pressure. Alright, Athena. Take a deep breath and go over everything again. Yeah, it's time!
Oh, my favorite. I love this shit. It's so good.
I'm going to revisualize the case from start to finish. I have to find conclusive evidence that Geidu committed this murder. What was Master Tornado making in his dressing room?
In udon.
Master Tornado was making udon. By my logic, Master Tornado must have been making udon noodles in his dressing room. But something at the crime scene indicates otherwise. What was found in the bowl on the table? Soba.
There was soba in the bowl.
Even though the master wasn't making soba, soba noodles were found at the scene. So that means the noodles had to have come from somewhere. Wait a minute, one mysterious serving of soba noodles? That sounds familiar. Didn't Bucky say that there was only one left? Where did the soba noodle in the bowl on the table come from? The master's soba stock.
Because he asked, what's-his-face, Bucky, to bring some more for his stock.
Soba noodles found at the scene were from the master's stock of uncooked noodles. But then, why would the culprit go out of her way to cook that soba and put it in the bowl?
Why did the culprit cook the soba noodles and put them in the bowl? Hide the udon dough.
Soba was found at the scene. So that means the culprit must have taken the udon with her to hide it. But why did the culprit take the udon away and hide it? It must have been because she...
filled him with the udon dough, duh. She took the murder weapon. The murder weapon was udon dough.
That's it! The udon dough was the real weapon used to kill Typhoon Tornado. And the reason why no weapon was found is because Geidu got rid of the dough somehow.
Everybody's got a big brain in this game.
The real murder weapon was the udon dough the victim made. If we can find this dough, that'll prove my theory correct. and undeniably prove Gadu's guilt. Even if we could find this doe, what makes you think it would prove she is the one? Please recall Owen's eyewitness testimony, Prosecutor Samadi. If the injury on Gadu's forehead was caused by the victim's knife, then Gadu's blood must have dripped down onto the doe used as the murder weapon. That would make the doe pretty conclusive evidence, wouldn't you agree? Ah, but where is this conclusive evidence? Is it in the monster hat? Is it in the monster hat? I want to see that it's in the monster hat. Or maybe in her actual hat. Anyway, let us hear your theory on where this murder weapon is. Well, it's... I can't find the answer in the evidence I have on hand. We'll lose this trial. Aw, damn, it's in the evidence. How did Gadu get rid of the udon dough? Think, Athena, what do I have that points to suspicious behavior on Gadu's part? Oh, then, Miss Sykes, let's hear your answer. Wasn't she spending a hell of a long time feeding the dog dough? Gadu was feeding her dog a number of dumplings. The dog buried his leftovers in the yard. Oh, we're gonna go dig up some dog treats. Nice barking you did there. I assume you have the bite to back it up. Thanks for the hint, Black Quill. Stop distracting me, especially not right now. No, he's helping you! This piece of evidence can point us to the location of the hidden murder weapon. Statements.
Take that!
Gadu. What is it? I'm just an innocent girl. I don't know anything about a murder. Stuff that cute act in your balloon hat. Gadu got rid of the dough she used to kill Master Tornado in a bold and daring way. She did it right in front of Prosecutor Blackwell's nose by feeding it to her dog. No, I...
Course, now it all makes sense. Puzzled as to why Gadu, who should know her dog's eating habits, would feed Jugemu more than he could possibly finish. Yeah, and also weird to feed him dumplings to begin with.
Your Honor, please order an investigation of the yard right now.
What should the police at the theater be looking for exactly?
Jugemu must have buried his leftover dumplings somewhere around his doghouse. Dumplings that Gadu made out of the udon dough with her blood in it. This is preposterous. I want to thank you, Simon. If you hadn't kept me going, I might have given up along the way.
What are you blathering on about? You still have work to do. Now, by your hand, finish this wretched case off, Athena.
You got it.
The order of the dogs, yep. Let's do it.
Gadu, do you remember what you said would happen when the truth is finally revealed? When the truth's revealed, it'll be your balloon or mine that goes pop. Got it?
Opera balloons.
Well, now that the truth is out, and it looks to me like it's your balloon that goes pop. Ah!
Take that. Oh, he got smacked in the face! Ooh, multiple hits. Nice. Perfect.
Okunka!
Perfect.
I'm a Rakugo artist. Who's the one who was supposed to heard that name? But then she
Oh, is Uendo the name of her father? Oh, that sucks.
Why are my balloons bursting? Daddy, are you mad at me? I've been a bad girl.
Oh, breakdown. She actually has no balloons. They're all fake.
Oh, the hair's fake too. Everything is fake. Nothing was real. Nothing in this world was real.
Are you ready to tell us everything now, Geiru?
Elbows are ratio, you will not be missed. Yep.
The whole reason I entered the world of Rakugo in the first place was to follow in my father's wonderful footsteps and inherit his stage name.
His stage name? You don't mean...
Window Tornado.
I knew I wasn't very good at storytelling, but I thought that if I did the stupid balloon thing like Shisha wanted, I'd inherit the name someday.
But Master Tornado gave the name to his junior disciple.
Yeah. That's why I took my revenge on Shisho during the show, celebrating the name succession.
So that was your entire motive?
I doubt anybody else could understand, but inheriting my father's name was everything to me. My whole reason for living.
All the days you could have taken your revenge. Why did you choose the day of the show?
Because I wanted to pay Window back for stealing what was rightfully mine. I wanted to pin the blame on him at the show, where all the Tornado fans were gathered. But then, Window tried to shift the blame onto Bucky Wet. Now we know the whole story.
There's just one more thing I want to know. You know Master Tornado was making udon in his dressing room yesterday?
No, I didn't. I saw the soba making tools. I was worried about my allergy. It was my only chance to get my revenge on the two of them, so I went ahead and did it.
So it was a premeditated crime, but in the end you only went through with it on impulse. And the allergic reaction on your hand. That from touching the soba in the refrigerator with your bare hands. And you were tampering with the crime scene after your master's death.
Yeah. At that time, I wasn't clear-headed enough to worry about my allergy.
Geiru, how could you do all this, you idiot?
Geiru, I get your desire to inherit your father's name. But what you really should have inherited from him wasn't his name, but his heart. His heart?
How many spare bees does that man have?
Have anything to add, Prosecutor Sadmadi? Any objections?
No, Your Honor. Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes?
The first time he's used my name.
I shall.
Be sure to remember your name. Really?
It seems he finally recognizes you as a proper adversary.
Thanks. That's all I asked, Prosecutor Sadmadi.
Looks like there are no further objections. Bailiff, please bring the defendant.
Uh-oh. Better not be still drunk, Bucky. Okay, buddy?
Ah, good. Seems you have made a full recovery. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Bucky Wet,
Not guilty! Woo! Nice.
Yes.
This court is adjourned.
Nice.
May 13th, 11:55 a.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 6. Congratulations, Bucky. I'm so glad you were found innocent.
Thanks for everything, Miss Chickadee.
It still sucks that you were accused of a crime you didn't commit. Did Wendo have it out for you or something?
I don't think so.
Wendell said it was a spur-of-the-moment idea he got when he saw the soba-themed cards.
Simon! Where have you been?
I stopped in at the windows questioning. Only you, Bucky, could get framed for a crime on a whim.
No way! I almost got convicted out of convenience? Well, at least you've been completely cleared of all charges, so buck up, Bucky. On a more important note, what I really want to know is, why didn't Master Tornado let Gato inherit her father's name? What do you mean on a more important note, Miss Chickadee? Aw, don't be such a wet blanket. Just go with the flow. Now, come on. You think the Master was trying to encourage her to quit the entertainment business? That's not it. He didn't give the name to her because he wanted Gato to find her own calling in life. Perform whatever she wanted without being bound by her father's name or Rakugo. Making udon was his way of showing his support for her in her new endeavor. And that's why he called you to the theater, huh? To teach him how to make udon?
Or a roundabout way I've never seen. That's Master Tornado for you.
This entire incident happened because of a misunderstanding? Sad. Damn.
By the way, Gato wasn't the only person Master Tornado was trying to cheer on. Even though the person in question still seems unaware of the Master's intentions.
What? Talking about me? Come on, no way! All that old man ever did was criticize my soba. That's not true, Bucky. There must be a way to make Bucky see just how much Master Tornado cared about him. Ah, shit. Is it the deed? Or is it the program because everything was about soba? I'm gonna go with the invitation.
Take that!
Is that supposed to mean something? Ah, shit, that was wrong. Huh? I thought this would do the trick, but I guess not. I knew it. That old man never expected much out of me. It was probably the deed, huh? I don't know. I would have thought going with the soba theme for the programming was the way to show them, like, yeah, you know, welcome. You're a part of this family too, and you mean a lot. I don't know. Whatever.
You're so dense, the both of you.
It was the deed! Damn it!
Bucky, take a good look at this deed and the holder's name in particular.
Still in my name.
Master Tornado was just up to one of his tricks when he said he stole the shop from you. He's trying to force you to grow into a truly capable owner in your father's stead.
Probably use some tough love on you so the shop wouldn't just go belly up. Oh my god, his hair is wet soba! I see. I never knew. Oh, Master Tornado. I'm so sorry.
Keep working hard, Bucky, and pay him back by living up to his expectations.
Never gonna look at that hair the same way. Thanks, Simey. You too, Miss Chickadee. One day my soba's gonna be so good, it'll knock that old man's socks clean off. After all, I'm the 4th generation owner of Wet Soba. Wet Noodle number 4. Well, I'd better be getting back to my shop. I gotta get ready for the lunch rush. If you had a penny for every AA character with noodle hair, you'd have 2 pennies. I know, and that's not a lot, but it sure is weird. Hold on. Can I place an order for delivery, Bucky? Yes, Miss Chickadee. Did you deliver a bowl of udon to Gato on behalf of her master? You got it! I'll make sure it's got all the TLC Master Tornado would have packed in it too. Thank you. Well, see you. Sure to drop by the shop sometime. I will, and I'll bring the whole agency with me. We've moved on from ramen into soba.
It was all proud, Bucky.
I'll have the best soba in town waiting for you when you come back. Peace out. There he goes. Ah, it's nice to see somebody giving it their all, isn't it? I wonder if I leveled up any thanks to this case. Don't kid yourself. Trial would have been a spectacle and a half had I not been by your side. Look. You're not wrong. You don't know that! Yeah, he does. While a lawyer who's versed in psychology, you're too full of weak points. You need to learn to analyze yourself more objectively. Or you could just teach me your famous mind tricks, Simon. No. Just flat out nope. Way to shut someone down, and why not? Because the more pesky lawyers there are, the harder my job becomes. It's in my best interest for you to remain green forever. Hey, what about what's in my best interest, huh? Besides, weren't you the one who had the wool pulled over your eyes by Uendo? Must you remind me? How could I have known Uendo would do time soba? Hey, speaking of time soba, I just thought of something funny. Blackwell and Athena's sibling-like relationship. Nice. Oh, goody, I can't wait. He's so enthused. Okay, here it is. In time soba, why didn't Mon number 9 get counted? Oh. Oh, Mon. Okay, I get it, like the currency. Come on, do you know Simon? How should I know? 'Cause 789! Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Raffle! Rolling on the floor laughing.
That I should have known. Come on, let's go get soba or something and go home. Your treat? I'll treat you to 50% of the tab. Don't forget, you still owe me for that manju. Really, Simon? It wouldn't hurt for you to pay me every once in a while, you know? But squawking and start walking, Athena. Did we not get paid for this? How does this agency make money? Hey, wait for me! I may still have a ways to go as a lawyer, but just like Mr. Wright, Apollo, and Simon before me, I'm gonna get there someday. After all, I've inherited their passion for our courts and the law. De pour le faire! I can do this! Hey, nice. Aw. Very cool. Yay, we did it! It's still early, we can keep going. Let's start on case 5. Episode 5, Turnabout Revolution. What TV show are we watching?
That's far enough.
Who's there?
It is I, the Plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm.
I was watching that. Oh.
Good people of Kurain, we can't allow things to go on like
Hi.
this. The Defense Culpability Act has done nothing but produce countless victims of wrongful convictions. The time to act is now, for we, the Defiant Dragons, have obtained the ultimate weapon, the Founder's Orb. And to the Garenian regime, make no mistake about it, I will personally dethrone you. A dragon never yields, nor will he rest until his revolution is complete.
Okay, but can we talk about how it's still not okay to blow up courtrooms? We talk about that? Like, that's still not okay, right? I don't think it's okay. Alright, May 16th, 11 a.m., Wright Anything Agency. This is one of your favorite cases in the series. Ooh, that's exciting. And this concludes our report on the recent television hijacking incident in Kurain. But really, who could have anticipated such a surprising turn of events? Did you hear that, Polly? Someone hijacked the airways over there. It's like something out of a movie. Hollow? Yeah. Dirk, what are you up to this time? Wait a second. You know the TV hijacker or something, Apollo? You could say that, but it was a long time ago. And why do you know someone like that? I mean, they're calling him an insurgent. Yeah, about that. Hey now, is that any way to talk about the man who raised you? Huh? Oh, sorry, that's Apollo. Huh? Whoa! What? The fuck are you doing over here? Sir? Hello? I wasn't ready for that. I was like, did Phoenix come back? No. Hey there, Apollo. Long time no see. How you been, son? It's that guy that was on TV. Guilty as charged. Surprised to see me, Apollo? I just beamed in from Kurain, and boy are my arms tired. This can't be happening. Must be dreaming, or hallucinating, or both. No, you're not, Apollo. This is a really good theme. It's that TV hijacker / insurgent in the flesh. I'm so confused. Mr. Hijacker, sir? I have so many questions, I don't even know where to begin. Let's start with that bit about the man who raised you. Wait, don't tell me you haven't told anyone about me, son. Okay to brag about it. Tell everyone your old man's me, the rebel Dirk. Oops, wrong spot. Didn't mean to click there. I mean, my face is all over the TV these days. I'm practically a celebrity. Trucy, what do you say we close up early today? What? Why? Oh, come on, son. No need for the cold shoulder. I know I'm gonna regret this, but... What do you want, Dirk? You just show up here without warning after all this time? What gives? I came all this way to see you, son! Come, rejoice! Right... Why don't you tell me the real reason why you're here? Well... Okay, so maybe there's a little something I need your help with too, but... Fact I came here to see you. That's the honest truth. Yes, I think we've established that. Figures. I haven't seen him in 10+ years, and he's already asking for a favor. Really is a rebel in the purest sense. He just does whatever he pleases. Come on, Polly. I need details. Inquiring minds want to know. Okay. Hold your horses. First, I've got a few questions of my own. Can we look around? Yeah, let's look around. This is one of those contraptions for cutting people into pieces. No, I'm trying to look at the plant. I want to look at Charlie. How'd you know that, Mr. Dirk? Well, it just so happens I've been in one of these myself. Really? You have? Yes, once when I was being held prisoner by Minister Inga's secret police. Tried to torture me into revealing one of my compatriots' hideouts. That's a torture device. This is a magic prop, Dirk. Man, I barely escaped that thing alive. Well, you have my respect as a magician for your death-defying spirit. Okay, can we talk about the plant? That's Charlie, the houseplant. You know, my hideout used to have a houseplant too. We
called it Apollo.
I bet it was a cactus.
How'd you guess?
Because Polly's hair is just as spiny.
Hey! Leave my hair out of this!
Annie has a prickly attitude to boot.
I better quit while I'm ahead. This is Apollo's journal. Huh? What's it doing at the office?
It's magic.
Let's see what he wrote. No, don't. Hey, journals, diaries, that's private shit. You don't get to just poke around in there all you want. Huh. Nothing in here. What?
This calls for a special spell. Presto Diario.
Why, there's writing appearing right before my very eyes.
Like I said, it's magic. Now go ahead, read your heart's content.
Wow.
Hey, give me that!
You want to put all these characters into a blender? What's with this bright red jacket? Who would wear such a garish thing? Hi. Have you met Apollo?
Maybe one of our clients forgot it here.
I'd love to get a look at a man who dare wear something like this.
Me too.
I know I don't wear it much, but she has to know it's mine, right? This is one seriously cluttered office. I mean, do you really need a piano here?
Well, it has sentimental value for Daddy, you see.
Yeah, but this office could use a little help with its bottom line. What if we sold it?
Hollow! You better give me a cut of the proceeds when you do.
While he's gone? Rude. That's hurtful. Money before memories, eh? This office's finances really must be in dire straits then. People keep not paying us. Simon owes us money. More magic props. Oh. Seen a ring like this before. Used to be quite good with these. Really? Why don't you show us? Well, if you insist. I'll show you the act of daring do I used to perform to supplement my income. First, I have to light the ring on fire, then I'll jump through it. That's a fire hoop. This is a kid's toy, Dirk. Is that everything? Did we get everything? Did we get all the fun and cool commentary? I think we did. Alright. Let's talk to the man. What are you doing here, buddy? Pleased to meet you, little lady. My name is Dirk Sudmuddy. I'm a rebel by trade.
A rebel? But on TV they were calling you an insurgent. So which is it? Personally, I vote for a rebel with a cause. A real headache for anyone in your way.
Brucey! You got me there. I'm the head of a resistance group. Defiant dragons. We're like the good, the bad, and the ugly, but without the good part. In Kurain, I'm like the boogeyman. Tall tale parents use to spook their kids straight.
That's too bad. You seem like you'd be a fun, cool guy to hang out with.
This little lady's a real catch, son. I'm talking bride material if you get my drift. No. No. Wait, what?
Oh, stop it. You're embarrassing me. Dad.
No! Stop! We don't do this. We're not doing this. She's a plucky one, all right. I want to pluck me out of my misery.
Now, about that man who raised you business.
Foster father.
What did Mr. Dirk mean when he said that he's the man who raised you, Apollo? The truth is, I grew up in the kingdom of Kurain. Did I, never mention that? Oh, so you grew up in Kurain? Wait, so are you saying you're not from around here, Polly?
Nah, it's just I was raised in Kurain when I was really little.
Still, that's a shocker. It's like I hardly know anything about you. How come you never told me?
Apollo's homosexual ass is just standing there like, this is awkward. Apollo, you really haven't said a word about your past, have you? What? That I was raised by a wanted criminal? Like a bad joke.
It does sound rather melodramatic. I doubt anyone would have even believe you. So you two haven't seen each other in a while, huh?
Yeah, you could say that. I'd wager it's been at least 10 years.
Wow, that's a really long time.
Yeah, well, I figured you'd forgotten about me. Not a chance. It's just, well, starting a revolution takes time, and keeping it going even more so. Being a wanted man, I couldn't just hop on a plane to come say hello. I get it. It's fine, though, truth be told. It's weird having Dirk suddenly show up acting all paternal. I'd even almost forgotten about Kurain. That's not true. I probably tried to forget about it on purpose.
Now then, Mr. Dirk, what is it we can help you with?
Hey, what are you doing here? I need to get my hands on the Founder's Orb, the most sacred treasure of Kurain. That's where you come in. Why? Why would I be able to help you with that? The Founder's Orb?
Wait, but didn't you say you already have it in that broadcast of yours?
I don't get believing everything you see on TV, little lady. No one's seen hide nor hair of the Founder's Orb for some time.
No way!
So that was just a bluff. What are you gonna do if you don't find it? I don't know. Guess that just means we have to find it, son. 'Cause I can't really go back down now, can I? Different year, same old Dirk. It's all coming back to me now. Hold on. I think I read something about this in the newspaper a while back. Something about you guys stealing a sacred treasure from a temple's treasure room? That's a load of crock. We didn't lay a finger on the orb. Really? Yes. Baseless allegations. All of it. Our enemy has really found a way to keep us on our toes.
Ooh, so it's like a setup.
That's the long and short of it. However, my compatriot has been hot on the orb's trail. And just the other day, his hard work finally paid off. We now know the Founder's Orb is in Kurain Village. Of course it is! Of course! That's why they have all their powers. Ooh. Kurain Village? Yes, I hear there are spirit mediums there. They even have direct relationships with Kurain. Spirit mediums, right. Some doctor of archaeology there supposedly has the orb. His name is Archie Buff. Oh, thank you. Archie Buff, the archaeologist. Is he gonna be our murder victim? He looks like a dead man. Our defiant dragon compatriot has already made contact with him. Apparently someone asked the doctor to study the orb. So whoever asked him to do that is the real- Oh, so whoever asked him to do that is the real thief? It's likely. And you think this guy will just hand the orb over to you? My compatriot, that's... Says Mr. Buff has already promised to do so. That's a rebel. Seems he knew it had been stolen and wanted to do the right thing. I remember running around with him when I was a kid. So he's here too, huh? Apollo, I want you to be present as my lawyer when I take possession of the orb. Would you do that for me? Fine. Let's dig ourselves this hole. Fine, but I'll charge my standard fee. Pay me, we need money. Tina just did one pro bono. Now tell me about the Founder's Orb. If I remember correctly, the Founder is always depicted as a faceless spirit medium.
What do you mean, faceless?
Images of the Founder, the Holy Mother of Kurain, never show her face. The depiction is to commit the greatest taboo in Kurainism. The greatest taboo, huh? Wonder why. I mean, what could she have looked like to make them hide her face like that? As for the Founder's Orb, it was discovered during an excavation 8 years ago. It has an interesting legend that goes along with it. It's said that there's a riddle to the orb, and that any who can solve it receive immense spiritual power from the Founder herself. Was it Pearl? Does Pearl have the power? Sounds like one big fairy tale to me. Any case, it's just what us defiant dragons need to get our revolution started. With it, we can gain the spiritual power and thus the the legal authority to rule Kurain. Wait, suppose I believe this legend. Then anyone could become king or queen? And that's why you think it'll help you overthrow the Garan regime? Only the rulers of Kurain have ever laid eyes on the orb, Apollo. A legendary treasure that bestows immense spiritual power? Does that sound like something you'd want to see with your own 2 eyes? Okay, we say this, but you got 1 eye. That doesn't sound just a tiny bit... That does sound just a tiny bit intriguing. Founder's Orb is a national treasure of the Kingdom of Kurain. None but those in the royal family have laid eyes on it. That should just about cover everything. Any other questions? Not right now. Ah, I almost forgot. Brought you a present. Eat up, son. Hey, sushi. Sushi? Figured you probably couldn't afford 3 square meals a day, so...
Yay! I was just thinking it was time for lunch.
You dig in too, little lady. After all, we're practically family, right? Not in that way, buddy. Not in that way, Dirk.
Thanks, Dad. Ooh, that tuna looks good.
Nom 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 nom. The salmon sushi's got my name on it. You guys gonna leave any for Apollo? Aren't you hungry, son? This is some of the best sushi you'll ever have. I'm good. Oh, well, okay then. Actually, I have one more present for you. Here. What's this? Whoa! Apollo plays guitar?! Oh, Apollo's dad. Wait, what? Picture of your father. 23 years since he passed away. Ah! This is my father? His name was Jove Justice. Jove? I haven't talked to you about your real father in some time, but as you know, he was a musician. Wandering minstrel, if you will. Talented one at that. Of course it was Jove. Why are you giving this to me now? I thought it was sad you didn't know what your old man looked like. Searched high and low to find that one picture.
What's wrong, Apollo? Don't you want it?
I don't know. I mean, it's not like I ever met the guy. Well, I went through all the trouble of finding it, so go on, take it. Don't ever let it go, you hear? Picture of my biological father, Jove Justice, who died in Kurain. Interesting. Oh, now that our bellies are full, what do you say we hit the road? 1 second. Hey, Trucy, any idea where Athena is?
She left early this morning to pick up Daddy from the airport.
Oh, I almost forgot. Mr. Wright is coming back today. Nice! That means this case will be here.
Yeah, but I wonder why he cut his trip short like that. Anyway, shouldn't they have been back by now?
Knowing Athena, she probably got lost. Well, there's no point sitting around here waiting. Let's get going.
I can't wait to see that super mysterious treasure.
Crane Village, then. Founder's Orb awaits. Oh wait, hold on. I gotta show you my badge. Be proud of me. I'm an attorney. What's that? My attorney's badge. I can relate. I used to show mine off, too. Don't ever show it to anyone in Kurain. They'll run you right out of town the moment they find out you're a lawyer. I wonder how it went for Mr. Wright. Knowing him, he probably flashed his left and right. Founder's Orb. Say the Holy Mother will return when the riddle of the orb is solved. And she will bestow great spiritual power upon whoever accomplishes that feat. I wonder if I could channel spirits if I had such power. Brings back memories. He was a fine young man, so cheerful and fun to be around. His big booming singing voice would captivate everyone in the tavern. Ah, I see where Apollo gets that now. Looks-wise, he was like a grown-up version of you. That still doesn't give me a sense of what my real father was like. Alright, I guess we're going to the village. Alright. May 16th, Kurain Village. So, this is Kurain, the mystical village of spirit channeling. And where ancient traditions come alive. Looks like a really peaceful place. Looks exactly like we left it. Minus the new poster. Ah, I love the air here. Nothing beats the mountains, huh, Apollo? Come to think of it. We used to live way up in the mountains too, just like this. Sure brings back memories. Those were the days. 3 of us living happily in peace.
I still can't wrap my mind around it all, you know? And Mr. Dirk is not only Polly's daddy, but Prosecutor Sudmati's as well. And the way you two talked about it like it was nothing the whole bus ride here.
Guess it is a lot to take in.
So tell me, Mr. Dirk, what was Apollo like as a kid?
No, he was a full of piss and vinegar, he was. Real rascal. He and Nayuta used to run around in the open fields naked as jaybirds. Oh my god! I even got pictures of him posing in his birthday suit. Okay, we don't need to see that. I think that would violate TOS. Whoa, 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 Dirk! No.
No way! Prosecutor Sudmati used to be like that too?
2 of them would end up with leeches on their butts and cry like babies. Okay, that is kind of funny. Dirk! Don't you think you said enough? Aw, you're no fun.
Yeah, I wanted to hear more about the misadventures of Polly.
And Nayuta. Hey, what are you people doing here?
Oh, it's Emma!
Emma? Know this lady, son? Yeah, this is Emma Skye. She's a detective.
Technically speaking, I'm a forensic expert, but I'll let it slide. Anyway, I can't say I'm surprised to see you here. You always seem to pop up whenever there's trouble afoot. Still, what are the odds of running into you here in the boonies?
By trouble, you mean you're investigating a case?
Does it look like I'm here to sightsee?
What happened? Who's dead?
Wait, don't tell me.
You're not here to see Dr. Buff, are you? Huh? How'd you know that? We're actually on our way to meet with him right now.
Figures. Well, follow me. I'll show you the way.
Really? Is he dead? Sounds like he's dead. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, son. Just follow the nice lady. I'm gonna look around first.
There's a big boulder towering into the sky over there. According to the sign, it's called the Crane Boulder. It also says that a spirit dwells within it. A rock with a spirit in it? It's called animism. Belief that spirits dwell within inanimate objects. Probably enshrine this boulder as a sacred object. The tradition of worshipping such objects is similar to our tradition in Kurain. Interesting. Who knew dirt could make sense every once in a while? Look, if you listen to your dad, you would know that he sometimes makes sense. Seeing those mountains really takes me back. I remember when we used to live high in the mountains to escape from the government. So you don't live there anymore? Oh, I needed a more convenient place to lead the revolution from. That old mountain hut is still there. Man, I miss that hut. What, are you getting homesick, Apollo? You can come on back to Kurain anytime, you know. No, I'm fine. Besides, I've got a lot on my plate here. Phone booth and a bus stop made of wood. They look really old. You hardly ever see phone booths in the city anymore. Apollo, what's that glass box for? I guess you hardly see him in Kurain, too. Thatched roof. First time I've ever seen one in real life. Looks just like the traditional thatched roofs they use in Japan. All we need now are some samurai with top knots, a few ninjas, and a cuddly mascot. When was the last time you were in Japan? Herbs? That it? We done? Yeah, we're done. Okay. Alright. Let's go to the doctor's study. The heck is this? May 16th, Crane Village doctor's study. Why is there a body outline? That's not good. So, this is Dr. Bust's study.
Wow, look at all those books.
It is a lot of books, yes.
The shelves go from the floor to the ceiling. It's like a library in here.
Yes, and lots of artifacts, too. True archaeologist paradise. Look, son, there are so many relics they're spilling onto the floor. What a delightfully amusing room. All I see is a mess, and what's with that white outline? The two white outlines, actually. Emma, where's the doctor?
Well, the thing is, he died last night.
Wait, what?
It seems an avalanche of books knocked him off his bookshelf ladder. We're labeling it as an accidental death.
What? Please tell me you're joking. As if I'd come all the way out here for a few laughs, Apollo. Yeah, I guess not. Scholar killed by his own books? Oh man, what do we do now? I mean, how can he transfer ownership of the orb to you if he's dead? Yes, that is a problem. Emma, can you please tell us exactly what happened? Alright, but I'm a snoop. What do you think you're doing? You can't just poke around without my permission. Guess I should ask her what's going on first. They called me out on it. Badge first.
Your attorney's badge? Huh.
What? That normally gets a better reaction from you.
I'm tired of collecting your fingerprints. Kinda lost its luster.
Yeah, but who knows? There could be other people's prints on it.
Ooh, that's true. Hand it over, buddy.
The only prints I found were yours. It's all dusty now. Why did you bring... Although I don't know what you expected. Alright, let's talk to her. So the doctor died in an accident? I received a call this morning saying Dr. Buff had been found dead under a pile of books. This morning? Talk about bad timing. You mentioned that he had fallen off a ladder. Right, we believe he fell from the top of that big ladder there.
Oh yeah, there are a bunch of books missing from there.
Apparently he triggered an avalanche of books while fumbling to reach one. And that sent him headlong on a fatal fall onto the hard floor. How sad. Not by his own books. But at least he was doing something he loved.
For a scholar, I suppose it's kind of like a soldier being killed in the line of duty. I'd say he died an honorable death.
Emma, who's the first one to discover the body? About that, whoever it was, it seems they wanted to remain anonymous. What? It happens now and then. Some people would rather not get involved with the police.
I can relate to that. Yeah, being a wanted man and all. What now, Dirk? Dead man can't exactly hand over the orb. We'll just have to find it. Must be around here somewhere.
Just to fill you in, Emma, we're actually here to get something.
Ops here had an agreement with the doctor. The doctor was supposed to hand over a sacred relic known as the Founder's Orb. Ops?
Oh, I see. That could be a problem considering he's dead. You have a plan B?
I have an agreement in writing. My compatriot Dutch should have it.
Well, there shouldn't be any problems then. So who is this gentleman you're escorting?
About that. Oh, right, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Dirk, he's from the Kingdom of Kurain. We're gonna leave it at that.
All the way from Kurain, huh? So what do you do there?
I used to practice law, but I'm taking a break from all that. Uh-huh. I'm focused now on making Kurain a better place, though. Volunteer work.
Volunteer work, huh? How interesting. Well, it's not technically a lie. So, how do you two know each other?
Oh, he's sort of my foster father.
Come again? Yeah, and he's Prosecutor Sadmati's real father, too. What? You mean you and Prosecutor Sadmati? I'm so sorry. Seems you've had quite a life.
Guess she's put a few things together.
Actually, Dirk, you look kind of familiar. Have we met before?
Not that I recall. Right, she must have seen that news report on TV. Apollo's third tragic backstory. I know, how much are they gonna keep giving this kid? Will really complicate things if she figures out he's a wanted man. There are a lot of guys who look like him. Sure, you're not mistaking him for someone else?
Are there really? I mean, a middle-aged man with long hair and an eye patch? You don't see that every day.
Well, I'm sure you're just imagining things.
So what does that sacred relic you're searching for look like? I mean, there's lots of stuff here that's old and relic-y.
Indeed, unfortunately, I have no idea what it actually looks like. Then how are we supposed to find it? Ugh. That I do not know either. We'll just have to go through each candidate one by one. Great plan of attack there, Dirk. Well, Emma, do you mind if we give this room a once-over?
I guess not. But in exchange, you're gonna help me with my investigation.
Sure, can't hurt.
Ooh, I can't wait to get started. It'll be like hunting for buried treasure.
Alright, let's look around. Whoa, turn on the computer! This PC is password protected. Tracy, do you think your magic can do something about this?
I don't think you can overwrite a password. Now, a locked desk, that I could get into. Like yours back at the office, Polly.
Hey! Yikes, I'd better watch what I put in there.
What? Do you put weird stuff in your desk? Stuff you don't want anyone to see?
Jeez, are you a mind reader too?
No, but unlocking your thoughts is a cinch.
Their relationship is very cute. There's a pair of glasses on this little pyramid here.
They belong to the doctor. Scientifically speaking, they appear to be your ordinary run-of-the-mill glasses. Guess they don't pique your interest, scientifically speaking.
The doctor fell from atop that ladder. From that height, fall onto a hard surface would probably kill anyone. I don't know why anyone would want to climb that high in the first place.
Guess you could say he climbed it all the way to heaven.
I mean, not wrong. A little morbid, Trucy. What is this? Is this a bird? Looks like an airplane to me. No, there couldn't have been any planes back when this was made. Yes, but it has wings and both horizontal and vertical stabilizers. That makes it an airplane. No, it's definitely a bird. Open your eyes, son. As a lawyer, your job is to see the true nature of things. I still say it's a bird. The two-tone raincoat. Still a bit damp. I think someone might have worn it recently. Shoes! There are a few pairs of shoes here. I guess there must be an entrance on this floor, too. Yeah, there's a back door over that way, but it's usually locked from what I can tell. The visitor's entrance is up that spiral staircase. That's the way we came in. So this is where Dr. Buff died. Oof. Poor man, he fell right onto his head and probably died almost instantly. What is that? That looks like a key. I see some blood on the book there, but what's this dark stain? It appears to be coffee. It's still damp, so it must have gotten on there recently, perhaps even last night. That's a mighty big window he's next to, big enough for someone to see inside. Exactly. That's how the local resident who reported his death found him to begin with. Okay. The doctor's body was visible from outside the window. And a passerby called in earlier this morning to report what they'd found. Interesting. So you mean this case is still only a few hours old? Explains why our investigation is just getting underway. Doctor fell, hit his head on the floor, and died. There are blood and coffee stains on one of the books. Study diagram, nice. There's a coffee bar over there. Nice big window. What a huge window. I bet you could see the entire study from the outside. How could he concentrate in here? I feel so exposed. Well, he does have a bookshelf positioned for some privacy around his desk. Oh yeah, that's true. What the heck is this? There are animal drawings on the floor. They look like those famous geoglyph things. Remind me of the chalk outlines detectives draw around bodies. Me too. That's what I was thinking. The doctors has just joined them. Now that's what I call dedication to one's field. I don't think it was on purpose. Some sort of machinery inside this clay figure. Oh, it's moving!
Exterminate! Exterminate! Destroy all targets! Extern.
That's a Dalek. Do I even want to know what that thing is for? The answer is no, Apollo. We don't want to know. Oh wait, there's more. Whoa, he's got this here too? There's a brown stain on this scroll. It's gravy. Why does it smell like
Gravy. Why would there be a gravy stain on it? Because Pearl misunderstood something, okay? It's fine, don't worry about it. Who knows, but it looks like it's meant to be there. Maybe the artist is trying to inspire a gravy new trend. Food splatter art. That pun wounded me gravely, Dirk. What's this? Look, it's one of the doctor's notebooks. Maybe there's something about the orb in there. Itama motif from Korean founding period. Ooh, this must be about the orb. Oh, of the treasure box. It's a photo of the treasure box, the one from Temple's treasure room. When dragon and tiger battle, the founder offers divine protection. When the butterfly embraces the Mitama, the favor of the orb is bestowed. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire, only then shall the Holy Mother return. Sending upon us all, in all her glory, founder bestows the greatest power known. This must be his research notes on the founder's orb. What's that on the right page? It looks like a poem or something. That's how you open the box. Let's see. Oh, it's a song that's performed during the Dance of Devotion. Been sung during Kureni's rites of offering ever since ancient times. Oh, I think I've heard of that. Also a legend associated with the song. Some say the solution of the orb's riddle is contained therein. It's in a song everyone in Kurei knows. Not much of a way to keep a secret.
It's called hiding secrets in plain sight, Polly. Us magicians know all about that.
Huh. That's strange. What is? Dr. Buff's notes contain the second half of the song. Only the first half is sung during the Dance of Devotion. Most people haven't even heard the second half. Interesting. Second half? As in the part that begins, offer thy prayers? I'm impressed. That's some thorough research he was conducting. Interesting. A coffee maker and a bunch of coffee cups. Must have taken his coffee breaks here. Ah, there's a filter with old coffee grounds in here. I guess I'd better clean this up. What are you doing there, son? What am I doing cleaning this office? Don't tell me they have you on coffee duty back at your office. I won't tell you. No, it's just if I don't keep the place clean, no one will. Oh my god, I know what this is! Ami? Why is someone's name written on here?
Maybe it's so if it ever got lost, someone could return it to its owner. You know, like how school kids put their names on things.
Yeah, but this is just an urn and the name is written so big because... that's the founder of Kurain.
Well, I wrote my name on my magic panties. It says WRIGHT in super big letters.
The less said about this, the better. We know what this is, too. The golden statue. Looks pretty old, too. That's Mystic Ami. I imagine it has great archaeological value. Maybe too great for a private researcher of Dr. Buff's caliber. I wonder how he got his hands on something like this. Yeah, that's a good question. That's one big suitcase. It's locked. Is it the doctor's? No, someone left it here last night. The doctor might have had a visitor, but how can you tell? That sticker there, you only see those on airport luggage. Which means its owner is likely from overseas. Is there any way to figure out who it belongs to? Unless we can open it and see what's inside. Guess not.
That's because you're not me. Emma Sky, forensics expert extraordinaire. Oh, is she the one doing the evil cackling? Oh my god, Emma. Try as you might, you won't find the word impossible in my forensics handbook.
She okay, son? In fact, she's become an entirely different person. Look, you start winding up Emma's science gears. You just gotta go along for the ride. Oh, that's just what happens when her forensic switch gets flipped.
But this, identifying the suitcase's owner, will be as easy as pie.
Is that fingerprint powder?
That's right, and there's no better time than the present to use it. Here we go! Remember how to do this, right?
Yup. Fire the powder to where I think Prince might be and blow any excess off?
Exactly, we'll have at it.
Now where would I expect to find Prince on the suitcase? On the handles? Oh, there we go. Maybe this handle. Oh my god, it's so hard to navigate this. Yeah, it was clearly intended for the DS. It's so hard. Not clear enough for a mash. It's so annoying to navigate this. Hello? 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 Can you blow, please? Oh my gosh. This is so annoying. Will you please let me blow the dust off of this thing? Okay, so none on there. There. Really don't see anything there. How? Why? There we go.
Any on this side? These seem like they're probably also not going to be clear enough. But we'll look at them anyway. Nope. As those are not good. Okay. Well, where else can we look? I mean, that's for rolling. And when you open it... But we checked over here on the sides, and that didn't have anything either. Yeah, that's not a... Nothing? Oops. Didn't mean to put that there. There really nothing on this handle? Where else would it even be? It's not like it's gonna be on the bottom. That'd be weird. The dialogue from when you check the unclear prints might be helpful? Okay. We'll look at that again. Please. Cooperate with me. Okay. No prints. Oh. That one. This one isn't clear enough for a match. What could someone leave prints behind? How might someone handle a suitcase? What would you do with them? Besides wheeled or carried, they can be opened and closed. Prints left when it's open and closed. That's what I was thinking here. Because you would use the key. Then I open mine from the front, like, after it's, like, unzipped. This one has a lock on it. Then there was nothing, like, here or there. Reset position. Maybe on the sides here? Maybe he opens it on the side? Nope. That's the back. That'd be a weird place to put your hands when you're opening it. I thought we checked this already, though. Am I just, like, a huge fucking weirdo with how I open my suitcases? You lay your hand on the top of the lid? Oh yeah, here we go. Hey Emma, I've got a pretty clear print here. Okay, now let me know who you think it could belong to.
Who could it be? It would have to be someone who would have paid Dr. Buff a visit. Dirk? Dirk, are you gonna- I mean, no, sorry, not Dirk. That's horrible. Is Dats gonna be our client this time? Oh lord, alright, here we go. Match found! That's a rebel. We have a match! Come to think of it, he did stop by to see the doctor, didn't he? Include the orb transfer agreement. He's the one who forgot his suitcase here. Oh, shit, no, why did it start flash forwarding? Oh my god, what did I hit to make it accidentally do that? Pretty sure I didn't touch anything on my keyboards, that's weird. Anyway, where do you suppose he is now? Haven't heard from him in a while, and he's not answering his phone. Wait, you don't think he left his phone inside his suitcase, do you?
Wouldn't put it past that knucklehead.
Actually, I think we may have run into him earlier.
Really?
A suspicious man had been reported in the area. But when one of my officers approached to question him, he took off like a shot. What?
Sorry about that. Koreanese people aren't all like him, I swear.
Well, he's probably still in the village somewhere.
Maybe he knows something about the orb.
Yeah, I wasn't done looking around, though.
Yeah, like, what's this? It's a spiral staircase. Oh, I'm still looking at this other stuff. Okay, sure. And it's connected to a hallway up there. Why'd they have to place the second floor so high up?
Wait, you're not afraid of heights, are you?
Oh, hey Koosh, how's it going?
Welcome. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good here. We're just doing some nice chill Ace Attorney craziness. Investigating. No one's been accused of murder yet. There is a death, but no foul play, so that's good for us. But I'm pretty sure that our boy Dats is about to get accused. Pretty sure. Anyway, how are you? How you been? Oh, camera. Why'd you do that?
How's it going with you?
Yeah, things are probably about to take a turn because we just started the case. There we go. Camera's back. We're just waiting for it to happen. How about you? How are things going? Oh, well.
Oh, Polly's hilarious around high places. He gets all wobbly like a baby deer taking its first steps.
Trucy, don't tell people that.
And his face turns as green as a watermelon.
It's not nice to make fun of people's phobias, you know. Come to think of it, the visitor's entrance is on the second floor. What an odd layout for a house. No, it's called a split level. It's fine. Seems the orb isn't here. That means Dats might be our only lead at this point. Detective Sky said he might still be here in the village. We should try to find him. Doing well? Just enjoying the extended weekend to find out your son has a fever? Oh, no, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope it's not too serious. Good nonetheless? Okay, good. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving holiday. I also am enjoying a longer weekend. Very nice. I did not a lot the last couple days. It was great. Oh, we've already searched around everything. Okay. That means we found everything. Alright, well... What can we show her? Can we show her anything? I don't think there's any point in showing her anything. Alright, let's see if we can find Dats. May 16th, Korean Village. Yeah, it was great. I did technically cook, but since we're a small group, I didn't have to cook a lot, so it was pretty nice. And we have leftovers for days. Good day to you, citizens of Korean Village! My name is Paul Atchison, and I want your vote. Wow, that's a really loud voice.
Look, something's coming this way.
Paul Atchison, savior of Crane, has come to... Ah, it's you people! Oh, what is that strange conveyance coming this way? I'm afraid. The announcer, the lady who took your Hardee's order earlier today? Maybe. It's one of those, what do you call them? Palanquins? All Atchison? Politician. Oh, no! No! Oh, it's a politician! Oh, no. Oh, God. You look like a pompous jerk, too. So, you finally left Dr. Buff's house. What were you doing there? What a bunch of shady-looking characters. You aren't... So I take it you knew the doctor? What a foolish question. I've memorized the names and faces of the entire electorate here in Karain. After all, I am the man who's destined to be king of this fine nation someday. Who are you? What do you mean, king? Ignorant fools. I am the politician. Oh God, I hate this. Did the song just wee at me? Even his song is super pompous. Nice bow on him? Yeah, it's pretty funny. I am a soon-to-be eminent politician, a man whose name will go down in history. Ignorant fools, I am the politician is a popular copy pasta in the AA community. Oh, that's funny. You should be ashamed that you've never heard of me before. You really that famous of a politician, Apollo? Not that I know of. I'm running for a seat on the local council right now. I guess even Jerk Q Public has to start somewhere. It does go wee. I mean, that's weird. Why does the song go wee? Not that I'm against wheeze, but weird. But my election is a sure thing, I'm told. After all, my grandfather was a famous politician with untold influence. In short, I'm the chosen one, the golden boy, the powerhouse of politics.
And rider of his grandfather's coattails.
Thanks, Trucy. Thank you. Are you blinded by my majesty? Go ahead, bask in the resplendent glory that is me, the chosen one. Sure. Ah. Pleasant day to you, good people of Karain. I am politician. It's time to reclaim the glory of Karain. Together! Convenience store in every corner. A karaoke bar in every home. I don't think everybody wants those things. Like, I sure as hell would not want those things. A vote for politician is a vote for a happier, hopier Crane village. This man be here making up words. Turn off that infernal racket, you fool! You're a stain on your grandfather's good name. Thank you, good sir. Your support is appreciated as always.
I guess he's one of those people who only hears what they want to hear.
In other words, he's a model politician.
Why are you here? On his grandfather's name, you're hoping for a stain on the underpants of society? I mean... yeah, kinda, huh? Oh, this guy's weird. Now, where was I? Oh, right. You were in the doctor's house. Yes? What in the world were you doing in there? Doing a police investigation? Oh, we've already looked at everything here. This guy just takes up the whole damn frame! Oh wait, hold on, I gotta show him my badge. Everyone needs to see the badge. Actually, I'm a lawyer. You're so shallow. Relying on your badge to impress people. What would you be without it? Says the dude in a palanquin relying on his grandfather's name. I pity men like you who have no sense of self. Real men make their own mark in this world. Says the man who's riding on his grandfather's coattails. Alright, tell me about yourself, you weirdo. Is this what you ride around in when you're campaigning? That's right, it's perfect for the narrow roads and steep hills here in the village. And has a top speed of 5 miles per hour, but it suffers from serious reliability issues. Namely, these imbeciles tire out too quickly. I'll try harder next time, sir! Poor guys. They're exhausted and covered in sweat. This guy's such an asshole and he's amazing. Those are words, yes, that you can use to describe him. They are words. But yeah, he is an asshole. The Attention family has been in politics for generations, even back in the old country. Really? It went we again, it's so funny. My grandfather, Abe Attention, was a prominent member of Congress. He was born right here in Karain. There's no person here who hasn't heard of him. All I asked about was his palanquin. You must have heard of the Attishans. I'm even reviving our old country campaigning style. Oh, politics aren't really my thing. Brucey?
I don't recall ever reading about them at school.
Young people today. People really need to pay more attention to politics. So, what business did you people have at Dr. Buff's house? He was gonna transfer ownership of the Founder's Orb to us. It's a sacred relic from the Kingdom of Kurain. Founder's Orb? So you tried to get your hands on it, did you? Wait, what do you know about the orb? Is he the asshole who stole it and found it? And like asked the doctor to look at it? No, it's mine, that's what. Yep, it's him. You're that asshole, got it. How do you figure that? Because I know it's not the Founder's Orb. Its real name is the Crystal of Ami Faye. Is Ami Faye the founder of both Kurain Village and the Kingdom of Kurain? Wee! I don't know why there's a wee in this song, but I'm into it. The Crystal of Ami Faye? That's right, it's been passed down for generations in the Attishan family. Why do you have it? Till it was stolen, that is. Just when I had zeroed in on the culprit. The doctor hid it away and then kicked the bucket. So, you're saying Dr. Buff stole your family heirloom? That's not what Dirk said. Strange. I've been told the doctor himself said that he had the Founder's Orb.
It's all that weird foreigner's doing. Filled the doctor's head with nonsense. Nonsense like the crystal of Amife being the founder's orb. Weird foreigner? Could he mean... Oh, actually, it would make more sense that Amife took the orb from Kuririn and brought it back, and that's why the Fae family has such strong spiritual powers, because they have inherited the spiritual power of the I already forgot her name. The founder of Kuririn. Holy Mother, there you go. Whee! That's never gonna get old. What do you mean? Is this the foreigner you're talking about? Is it Dirk? Or not Dirk, sorry. Dats. Is it Dats? Are you talking about Dats? Yes, that's him. I thought so. Now we really have to find Dats. Know where this man is now? I imagine he's at the detention center by now. Which poor fucker at Capcom's office had to sing Wii for this theme? Good question, but good on them. That's really fun. I called the authorities after I found him hiding in my dog's doghouse. What? That buffoon. Well, at least we know where he is now. Let's head over to the detention center and see what he knows about the Founder's Orb. So, you really are after my crystal. Nah, we're looking for the Founder's Orb and we have an agreement to prove it. Well, just so you know, you're not gonna lay a finger on it. It's mine. I intend to give it to my benefactor. Your benefactor? Would that be the Garan regime? What are we talking about, buddy? My benefactor is ready to support my rise to the pinnacle of the political world. They have immense influence here, you see, and I intend to harness that influence. So, you're just gonna give your family heirloom away to this person? That's right, it's a purely political decision. And in exchange, your patron will get the people of Kuririn to vote for you. Eminent politicians are skilled at leveraging all of their connections. Isn't it illegal to buy votes? Whee! Well, good luck with that, I guess. You just wait. Paul Addison will reign supreme someday. Alright. I'm gonna do a quick BRB, and you guys can keep listening to the song and it going wee. I'm just gonna take a quick bathroom break, so I will be right back. I'm gonna grab some more water, and then we're gonna continue on.
Wonder how many times the song went wee while I was gone. Anyway, I'm back. Hi. All right, let's go see Dats, who is surely about to get accused of murder. Almost out of tea, which means I needed more water. May 16th, Detention Center, Visitors Room. Bro, what are you doing? Hey. Yipes! What's he doing under the desk? Foul cogs of the corrupt regime, with nothing to say to you. It's me, Dirk. Oh! Dirk! You're a sight for sore eyes. Knew you'd come save me. This is a fine mess you've gotten yourself into. My bad. Oh, there we go. I remembered his voice now. My bad, my bad. At least our grubs here is pretty good compared to that prison back home. You got 3 squares plus a place to sleep. You join me, Dirk. No thanks. It just sent me back to Karain where I'd face immediate execution. Yeah, I guess that wouldn't be such a good idea. Looks like he's still the same, too. Long time no see, Dats. Huh? Hey, you look kinda familiar. Apollo? Is it really you, my boy? A to the J, all grown up and whatnot. How you been? Fine. You, Dats? You look good besides the incarceration and all. That's horns, AJ! Horns? Hey, I'm growing up with you, just like a stag's antlers. I can't take it. Rude? Be nice to poor Polly and his dumb hair. I haven't changed a bit. Anyway, there's something we need to talk to you about. Yeah, poor Apollo. He didn't deserve that. That was rude. Sure, pull up a chair. I've got all the time in the world. Slammer's like my second home. It's really not so bad once you get used to it.
He's rather laid back for someone in police custody.
How you doing, Mr. Guard, sir? He's completely uninterested in us. That suits me fine. Will only complicate things if I'm recognized. Right, you're known as some sort of scary terrorist who fled from Karain. Though in reality, no one would believe you're the real Dirk of legend anyway. Why don't you, like, wear some kind of disguise while you're here? That's what I don't get. Why are you in the same clothes, you weirdo? I hate the feeling of being constantly watched. Indeed, considering my current situation. Less I'm seen, the better. Well, it's not like there's an international arrest warrant out for you. True, and I seem to have made quite an international splash with that hijacking stunt. I had to sign a ton of autographs and take a load of selfies before I got to your office. People are weird. Wait, what? Maybe they thought the hijacking was part of some movie's promotion. You know what? Wouldn't put past him. Hey, Dats, look, I'm an attorney! Why, AJ, you become a fine lawyer in your own right. I still have a lot to learn. Oh, come on, don't be so hard on yourself. If I ever went to trial, I definitely want you on my side. Yeah, about that. I'm pretty sure that's about to happen. Knowing you, you'd probably skip town before the trial even started. Alright, let's talk about the orb. Dats, what was what the doctor had really the Founder's Orb? Absolutely positive! The doc was sure of it! Really? Because someone from the village is calling it the Crystal of Ami Faye. He also claims you are filling the doctor's head with lies.
That ain't true. The doc said he was sure he was the real deal. All his fancy research confirmed it was the Founder's Orb.
So, then that politician character was lying? Imagine that, a politician who lies.
Bet he wants the orb all to himself.
I wonder who's telling the truth.
It's both. Nobody's lying here. I'm pretty sure what happened is Ami Faye got a hold of the Founder's Orb once upon a time, came over to Kurain, founded the village, and had, like, the supreme mystical powers and could do all the spirit channeling and stuff. And, you know, now here we are.
Well, take a look at this. Proves the doc believed he had the Founder's Orb. Let me see that.
Orb transfer agreement. I agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons if I will come to no harm. Oh, that's a problem right there. If he will come to no harm, but the man's dead, so one could argue contractually that this is null and void.
See, I got it all down in writing. That's... Why does it say, if I will come to no harm at the end here?
Sounds like he was scared of you.
Dats, did you threaten the doctor in any way? You see this face? That's the face of a guilty man.
No, you got it all wrong! It was the doctor's... That was the doc's friend. He told the old man us rumbles were dangerous. It's his fault the doc thought I might hurt him.
Sounds like the work of that politician. He's really made a mess of things. Alright, orb transfer agreement has been added. Why were you arrested?
What have you done now, Dats? Nothing. I'm innocent, I tell ya. All started with this dog-faced cop trying to question me. He looked so funny I started laughing at him. That's when they came after me. It was hilarious, I tell ya. I mean, a human police dog? How funny is that?
Right. So what happened after that?
Caught me hiding in a doghouse. Dang pooch rabbed me out. Guess that's what I get for laughing at one of his doggy comrades.
Sounds like the dog's got the last laugh there.
Dats, weren't you cleared of those jailbreak charges? You're captured by Lady Kira.
Oh yeah, Lady Kira, that was the name.
By Lady Kira deemed unlawful? Yeah, but cops here don't seem to like me anyway.
What are the charges this time?
Unauthorized entry or something like that. Think I'm a legal alien. I can't prove otherwise because I lost my passport.
Bruh.
Any way they'd let you go?
Not without my passport.
Only I had it. It's probably in a suitcase.
Dirk, AJ, you gotta find my passport.
Alright, we'll find it. One more thing to add to our to-do list. Now where might Dats's passport be in a suitcase?
Oh, about the orb's whereabouts. Maybe the doc's kid knows something.
There's a kid? The doctor has a kid?
Yeah, bit of a shut-in though. Poor thing's own bedroom has become like a self-imposed prison.
Shut-in? Sounds like it'll be a challenge just to get a conversation going.
Time for your questioning. Follow me. Must be lunchtime. Today is fried chicken, if I'm not mistaken.
We'll get your lunch if you behave yourself.
Dirk, AJ, see you guys around.
That dude's a weirdo.
Only lead now is Dr. Bus Kid. Luring our shut-in out is
not gonna be easy. I know. I don't need to talk to you. Let's go back to the doctor's study. May 16th, Korean Village, doctor's study. Oh, it's you again.
Hey, Emma, what's up? Looking for Mr. Wright? No, why? Is he here? Oh, so he is. He was just here a second ago. He was? What's Daddy doing here? Good question. Daddy was looking for something. Did he say anything else? Let me think. Something about how his ride never showed up at the airport. Athena? Where are you? Where did you go? Yes, that was it. I guess Athena really did get lost. What's Daddy doing all the way out here in the first place? He can't be looking for us since no one told him we'd be here. I mean, I would assume he's with Maya, because Maya's training's supposed to be done and she's coming home, so... You know, I would assume that they're both here. Well, if you're here to take another look around, be my guest. I have other work to do, so if you'll excuse me. Of course, thanks, Emma. First and foremost, we'd better find Dats's passport. We should also have a word with Dr. Buff's child. Hey, is it just me, or is there something new in here? Plane? Oh, you mean that thing? Yeah, we should take a closer look at it, too. Let's not forget about Dats's passport. It should be around here somewhere. Well, let's take a look at this. What's this? A model helicopter? Don't you know anything, Apollo? It's a drone. They're all the rage right now. I bet it belongs to the doctor's kid. Need to ask them about the orb's whereabouts. Yeah, but learning how to shut in isn't gonna be easy. Okay, so can we open this thing? That's a suitcase. Maybe his passport's in there. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's no good. It's locked tight. Should have asked him for the key. What are we gonna do about Dats's passport? It's probably right there inside a suitcase, but we can't get it open. Why don't I take it over to Dats so he can unlock it? That way you guys can continue looking for the orb. Good thinking, Trucy. Okay, here I go. Huh? What the? This thing weighs a ton. Let me try. Jeez, how can a suitcase be so heavy? Is it filled with bricks or something? Knowing Dats, he probably packed his dumbbells in there. Oh, God. Certainly much too heavy to lug all the way to the detention center. Here, let me take a crack at that lock. What, are you gonna pick it? Oh, okay. There you go. That was fast. A lock like that is child's play to me. Especially after all the wrongly imprisoned compatriots have busted out over the years. Damn. You've sure seen a lot of action for an ex-lawyer. And here we go. Dats's passport. I'll take it over to him. Thanks, Trucy. No problem. And you guys enjoy some quality father-son treasure hunting time, okay? See you later. There she goes. I wish she wouldn't make such a big deal out of our little family situation. Look, you don't even know, Apollo, you don't even know your full family situation that's going on right now. Father-son time, eh? Been ages since we've had a father-son talk, huh, son? Yeah, well, over a decade. So, Apollo, how have you been? Oh, fine. I'm fine, I guess. That so? Fine, you say? Well, fine is fine by me. Good to hear. Okay. Awkward.
So what do we talk about now? Get down. Hit the dirt, son. Huh? Oh, it's the drone. What the? Ah! Why is it firing at us? Oof. Oh my god, we got shot at. Speak to me, son! Say something! That's smart. One. Where's my robot? This'll do.
You maggots! What do you think you're doing invading buff airspace? It'll be a scorching day in Siberia before you get past me, you yellow-belled yahoos!
Whoa, we can talk? What kind of drone is this? Ah! Stop shooting at me!
Drone nothing! That's Sergeant Buff to you, soldier! Got that, you lowly grunts?
Ow! What the? Who and ow? Buff, sounds like the doctor's son is behind the controls. He's controlling this thing? Apollo, let's play along for now. At least until we can get the information we need out of him. Got it. Sergeant Buff?
Sergeant Buff, sir! You forgot to say sir! Ain't you ever seen a war movie before?
Oh, right. Let me try that again. Sergeant Buff, sir!
Better, much better. Now, state your name, unit, and rank, soldier.
Oh, I'm Apollo Justice. I serve at the Wright Anything Agency. And my rank is, fledgling lawyer? Sir!
Affirmative, Private Justice.
Private?
Listen up, diaper baby. Your commanding officer's orders are absolute. Disobedience means a one-way trip to the firing squad. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, sir! Yes, sir!
Good, good. We might make a man out of you yet, Private.
Fledgling lawyer of 3 years? Yeah, Apollo, you need to, like, be kinder to yourself.
Now for you, Cyclops.
Huh? Oh, you want my name, unit, and rank too? Dirk Sunbody. Command the rebel group of the Defied Dragons, and my rank is, leader, sir.
Excellent. Welcome aboard, Commander Dirk. Wait a second. What's with that ridiculous mop you call a head? Soldiers should be clean cut.
Sorry, but this is my signature look, and whoa! Fine, fine, I'll get a haircut before we ship out. Not going to, yeah.
Listen up, you. It's kill or be killed out on that battlefield. No place for leave-in conditioners. All you've got is your life, and you're lucky to have that.
He's oddly obsessed with field survival for someone who never goes outdoors. It's gonna be harder than I thought, son. Ah!
Don't let me catch you stepping out of line again.
Guess I'd better play along and ask what he wants. Wanna look at my badge?
What an insubordination! Petty trinkets have no place in Buff's army, soldier. Now drop and give me 20.
Sheesh, at least let me show the evidence before you shoot it down. Alright, buddy. Talk to you. Are you controlling that drone from your room, sir?
Affirmative. But I can see everything you do from here, so... Dead hut, soldier! Wipe that stupid look off your face! I'm gonna whip you sheltered pea snakes into shape!
With what? Your charming personality? Look, it's got a camera and speakers, too.
And that's not all, Commander!
Oh, you got a broom.
With these arms, I can cook and clean, too. Speaking of which... Private Justice, your latrine duties. Snap to it on the double.
As if I don't see enough of the toilet back at the office. Sarge's drone, a helicopter drone operated by the doctor's kid, equipped with a camera and a microphone, and hands, apparently. That thing's pretty handy. Us Defiant Dragons could use one of those.
Yes, it is a fine piece of hardware, isn't it? I modified it especially for siege defense.
Siege defense? You mean how you won't leave your room?
Calling up in a stronghold to defend against an enemy is an age-old military tactic. A timeless strategy still applicable in modern warfare. I hope you're not trying to mock the wisdom of my forefathers!
I meant no offense. It was just an observation.
So, the greenhorn who ain't even discharged a firearm's got nothing to say, does he?
Sorry. It won't happen again, sir.
Darn tootin'! Now state your intention, soldier.
Looking for the orb. We had an agreement with your father. He had promised to hand over the Founder's Orb to us.
What? Papa promised you that?
He did, but he died before he could tell us where it's hidden. Now we have no idea where it is.
No. Papa? Why? Why'd you have to die?
It was an unfortunate accident, and I'm sorry for your loss. If it helps at all, I know how you feel, Sergeant. Ah! What do I do now?
Yeah, you insignificant maggot! What would an unseasoned rookie like you know about how I feel? First I lost Mama, now I've lost Papa.
You lost your mother too? It is a very sad drone. Aw, sad drone faces.
She's been gone for some time now. I'm all alone now. All alone.
Sergeant Buff, you tell us a little more about what happened to your mother.
Mama passed away about 6 months ago. We were still living in our apartment in the city. Back then, I had yet to engage my siege defense strategy.
In other words, something caused him to withdraw from the world.
It was arson. It happened so suddenly. Before we knew it, Our apartment was a sea of flames. Mama and I were trapped inside. But help never came. Though Mama cradled me in her arms. Kicked out a window and jumped.
She did what?
She was like a walking, talking medal of valor, my mama was. She delivered me safely to terra firma with a perfectly executed PLF. The 5-point landing technique used by paratroopers to land safely on the ground.
She sounds like a superhero or something.
From that height, she suffered massive injuries in order to protect me. She died so that I could live. Ah, Mama!
I don't know what to say. And the person who started the fire?
He was immediately apprehended. They say he was standing outside laughing while the building burned.
At least justice was served. Hope that brought you some solace. What's with all the tragic backstories of all the characters, man?
I've lost both my parents now. Can't possibly know how I feel. Mama! Papa!
Poor kid. It's hard losing both your parents at such a young age. You must really feel alone now. Apollo, I imagine you know what he's going through. I do? The road to recovery begins by talking to someone who's suffered the same hardship. I know you have something that shows you understand. Photo of Dad? Sergeant, sir? Would you please take a look at this?
What do we have here?
Oh shit, you're right, I forgot to turn that on. I'm sorry. And thank you. Thank you for the reminder. Hold on, let's go on and enable that. There we go. Done. We're saved. Thank you for the reminder. It's a photo of my father. I wasn't even a year old when he died. A fire.
What?
Like your mother, he died in an arsonist blaze. But in his final moments, he managed to save his infant son.
Private Justice, you've suffered a loss just like mine.
I have. That's why I know how you feel.
But you still have your mother, don't you?
No, I lost her too.
What?
She disappeared after the fire. I don't know if she's still alive or dead. Heck, I don't even know what she looks like.
Wow.
Sergeant Buff, the experience is very much like her own. If anyone can understand the sadness in your heart, it's him.
Attention!
I wish someone would tell Apollo that his mom's alive.
I salute you, Comrade Justice. You are no longer a private in the Buff Army. Henceforth, you will be a corporal.
We got a promotion! Yay! Corporal? Congratulations on your promotion, Corporal Justice. I'm just glad that seemed to cheer him up a bit. You brought us snacks? Cute.
Now, comrade, let's toast to your new stripes. And call me Sarge. Don't be shy. We're a band of brothers now.
Now's our chance, Corporal. Ask him about the Founder's Orb. Dirk's getting way too much of a kick out of this. Alright, let's talk about the orb! Sarge, sir, do you have any idea where the orb might be?
Was here in Papa's study until last night. He said he was going to go hide it somewhere. He mentioned something about a shady character being after it.
Where do you think he could have hidden it?
Somewhere in the village, I guess. He said he'd found a suitable hiding place for it.
So it was here last night. That is, until he went out to hide it somewhere in the village. The only question is where? Maybe he left some clues here in his study. Let's search the place again. We should also find out more about Dr. Buff. He might steer us toward the hiding place. Let's talk about him. So, Sarge, what was your father like?
Papa was as kind as Mama was courageous. His whole reason for moving to the countryside was for me.
What do you mean?
I initiated my siege defense strategy after Mama died. Papa was so worried about me, he moved us here to the countryside. He thought the fresh air, blue skies, and natural surroundings might alter my tactics.
A fine father.
He even quit his position at the university to move here.
He did?
He did. He gave up his beloved research position just for me. A parent must be prepared to sacrifice everything for his child. That's what Papa said.
Well, I'm feeling about 2 inches tall right now. Oops, hold on, that's the wrong button.
There's no one in the world I respected more than him. And that just makes his passing all the more devastating. Papa, may you continue your beloved research up there with the angels.
Dad. This computer could provide us some useful information. Oh, camera, why? There we go. Right, it's password protected. Dirk, you're gonna getting into places you're not supposed to. Don't look at me, I don't know the first thing about computers.
Leave it to me. A modern-day warrior must be well-versed in technology and have mean pride. After all, he who controls information controls the battlefield.
Oh, that is Mom.
And I'm in.
Looks like modern-day warriors have mean keyboard skills, too. Okay, let's see what we can find. Oh, what's this? Email message? Oh, this must be the orb. This is interesting. Research report. With PAW 711 at NM. Deciphered the patterns, but have yet to crack the riddle. The opaque crystal orb is the key. Oh, Dio Neko, raiding with a party of 1. Hello, welcome in, raiders. Were you playing Genshin Impact again? How was it? How was everything? Just playing some Ace Attorney. And, no client yet, but I'm sure that's about to change real soon. How's Genshin? Alright, so Dr. Buff, how's your research coming along? And then he replied with, I deciphered the patterns, but I've yet to crack the riddle. The opaque crystal orb is the key. Yeah, I see. You got characters you didn't want, but you pulled for anyway? That's fun, I guess. I don't know anything about that game. Research report to whoever asked the doctor to study the orb.
Here, I put the data on this. Take it and use it well, soldier.
Email's been added to the court record. Nice. Data obtained from the doctor's computer includes a report on his research into the Founder's Orb. Beautiful. Well, that's helpful. Sarge, sir, do you ever read these books?
Why, of course, soldiers must have extensive knowledge as well as fighting prowess. I'm learning all I can each and every day in preparation for the big battle.
The big battle?
You know, for when I go back to school. I'll need to be up to date on every subject. Stuff like, you know, the latest comics and Hollywood gossip.
Oh, I see. What about reading, writing, and arithmetic? Well, I'm rooting for you, Sarge.
Thanks, I'll try my best.
Shoes? It's a shoe cubby. These shoes look like they belong to Sarge and his dad. Ah, these boots here are a little damp. It looks like there's something inside this one. Maybe Dr. Buff wore them last night? It might lead us to where he hid the orb. Let's take a closer look. We might get a better look inside if we undid these straps. Okay. Oh, what's that green stuff? Looks like some kind of glowing moss. Could have come from wherever the doctor went last night. Must have gotten in with some of that mud. Might be worth looking into. It'll help us pinpoint where the doctor hid the orb. Aw, camera, why? Not as bad as last week, but it's still annoying. Good? We're good. We're good. Glowing moss stuck to the insole of the doctor's boot. It probably got there when he went to hide the Founder's Orb. Interesting. Oh. Raincoat. It's a bit wet and there's fresh mud on it. That must mean someone wore it recently. Indeed, maybe even as recently as last night. Sarge, did it rain here last night?
Negative. There wasn't a cloud in the sky.
Then how did this raincoat get all muddy and wet?
When I saw it last evening, it looked pretty clean and dry to me.
That means it got like this later at night. Good eyes, son. May very well turn out to be a vital clue. Since the doctor wore this last night, bears a distinctive yellow and green two-tone design. Okay. Helpful so far.
Exterminate! Exterminate! Destroy all humans!
What's this thing's problem? It's a Dalek.
It's an oop art, an out-of-place artifact Papa wanted at an online auction.
An online auction?
Yes, he said it's an alien weapon that destroyed an entire ancient civilization.
It's a Doctor Who reference. Where do I even start with an explanation like that? Is your room upstairs, Sarge?
Yes, it's the one at the end of the hall.
What do you say you come out so we can enjoy a snack together?
But
Promise we won't bite.
you insist. And I'm not going to talk to you anymore.
No, wait. Derek, you better apologize quick. I'm sorry for pushing.
Very well, as long as you don't do it again, I'll let it slide this one time.
This urn with Ami painted on it looks really old, but I don't think it's going to provide any info we need. It's Stats' suitcase. It's full of survival gear and questionable souvenirs. But we already got his passport, so we can leave it be for now. Oh, what's this? What a huge wall relief. Huh. Seems to depict a spirit channeling. Hey, the spirit medium looks like the Holy Mother of Kurain. Yeah, her face was left blank, but the rest is clearly detailed and well crafted. You know, some researchers claim that the Holy Mother had 3 eyes, and that her 3rd eye was able to divine the truth just like the gods above. It's said to be on her forehead. Like you said, you shouldn't believe everything you hear. I think we got everything we are going to get. Oh, wait, there was something. Oh, this. Glasses on the pyramid. Are these the doctors?
Yes, those are Papa's reading glasses. He said he'd been having trouble reading lately. But those glasses seem to help.
Reading glasses, eh? I'll just hold on to these. Dirk, don't tell me you're having trouble reading too. Perish the thought. I just don't want to leave any stone unturned. The doctor's poor eyesight meant he couldn't read without these. They were found on his desk. Okay, let's go over what we learned so far. Wherever it was that Dr. Buff went, he needed a raincoat. And it was somewhere with this glowing moss, where this glowing moss grows. Any ideas where that might be, Sarge?
Negative, comrade. I hate to say my intel's a little thin on this one. I've been occupied with my siege defense strategy ever since we moved to the village.
Well, son, it seems we have no other choice. We'll have to ask the locals if they know of a place like that. I think we're done here. Yep. Alright, let's go to the village. Oh my god, politician put his fucking posters up everywhere. May 16th, Korean village. Ugh. Feels like somebody's watching me and it's really creeping me out. Oh, it's just politicians' campaign posters. Why did he put these up? Whatever, I've got more important things to be paying attention to. What great weather! It really lifts the spirits. I know, after a little treasure hunt, what do you say we go hunting, son? Hunting? We used to do that a lot, didn't we? Look at that mountain. I bet there are some feisty wild boars up there. I think I'll pass, but thanks. Oh, so hunting's a no-go. Well, guess that wild boar stew will have to wait then. Hmm? Hollow, something seems different from the last time we were here. You mean besides the posters? You mean the posters? No, not those. The easel? I should look around myself. This? Is someone painting? What do we have here? It looks like an unfinished picture, like something a little kid might paint. Pearl? Pearl. That is their house. You're right. I can't quite tell what it is, what it's of. Oh, look! That's the doctor last night, so this must have been at nighttime, because that definitely looks like nighttime right there with the stars and all that. And this must have been the doctor. So somebody saw him. I think it's supposed to be nighttime, but what's that thing on the left? That's the doctor. Monster of some kind, of alien, perhaps? In any case, it's a pretty poor excuse for a drawing. Well, what did you expect from a little kid?
A little kid?
Oh no, it was Pearls! No! No, Apollo, you shut the hell up! Why would you say that to her? Huh? Oh, it's you, Pearl.
Why, Mr. Apollo, is that you? What a pleasant surprise. It's been quite some time. How have you been?
Fine, thanks. And you're looking good too, Pearl. Aren't you gonna introduce me, son? 19-year-old Pearl jump scare, yeah. Of course, this is Pearl Fay. He's a spirit medium here in Korean Village. Pearl, this is Dirk, my, client.
Hello, sir. Pleased to meet you. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know.
Nice to meet you too, and what a polite little girl you are.
Actually, I'm a high schooler.
Oops, sorry about that. So, you're a spirit medium? Does that mean you can channel spirits then?
Yes, I'm still in training though. But I'm well versed in the art of spirit channeling.
Or 18, you don't- oh, we could probably check, let's see. Is she popping up here yet? Yeah, she's 18. Wow, she aged... Oh, that time passed, man, time flew by. I mean, back in my country, our little princess hasn't channeled a single spirit yet. Pretty impressive, young lady.
Oh, but compared to Mystic Maya, there's so much more I must learn.
Mystic Maya? Oh, right, Maya Fey. Mr. Wright's former courtroom assistant. Yeah, the 7-year time skip. Yeesh. He told me all about her. She's a spirit medium too, if memory serves.
Yes, she's an amazing medium, and soon she'll be the next head of the Fae clan, too.
Mediums and spirit channeling. I heard all about it from Mr. Wright. He said that mediums will even physically become the person they're channeling. I wonder if even little Pearl would turn into a hulking giant if she had to channel one. Yo. Let's not get into that.
I hope you don't mind me asking, but what brings you all the way out here, Mr. Apollo?
Just a small matter to take care of.
Wait, would it happen to be the matter that Mr. Edgeworth is looking into?
Edgeworth is here? Hello? Prosecutor Edgeworth? What's he doing here?
Oh, so it's a different matter then. 'Cause I just saw him a moment ago. He appeared to be searching for something.
Oh? Mr. Edgeworth is a friend of Mr. Wright's and the district chief prosecutor. Why would he be here in Korea? Just don't worry about it. Just well, no point obsessing over it. This game has everybody! This is fun. Come to think of it, you live here in Korean Village, don't you, Pearl?
Yes, I was born and raised here.
This is perfect, Apollo. Let's ask the young lady if she knows where the doctor might have gone last night. I was thinking the exact same thing. Maybe I should show her what we found in the doctor's study. Badge first.
Seeing you present your badge like that reminds me of when I used to investigate cases alongside Mr. Nick.
Used to help Mr. Wright all the time, I hear.
That I did. Doing so helped me expand my horizons beyond this tiny little village. So please, Mr. Apollo, if there's anything I can help you with, you just let me know.
I will. What I'd really like is her help with cleaning the office again. Oh yeah, she used to do all the cleaning. Talk about the village. A peaceful place. Ah, nothing beats mountain air.
Many of the villagers have left for the city, but I just love it here. Blue skies, lush forests, star-filled skies at night, and fireflies in the summer. Plus, the big, beautiful blue ocean is just beyond that mountain.
The ocean? What do you say we go for a swim, son? Oh, I think I'll pass. Besides, I can't swim. Pearl? Karain Village is like the home of spirit mediums, right?
Yes, and I'm part of a long line of mediums.
I've never seen a channeling before, but... Is it possible to channel the spirit of anyone who's passed away?
No, not just anyone. You must know their face and true name.
Really? So you can just channel a spirit just by knowing their face and name? That's an amazing ability.
It is, but it can only be learned by those with a gift occurring in certain bloodlines. And years of intense training. At present, Mystic Mai and I are the only ones in our village who can channel spirits.
Looks like spirit mediums are highly valued here, much like they are back in Kurain.
I heard there used to be many more of us a long time ago. But now we are in very short supply. Most of the women nowadays don't want to stay. They want the thrill of the big city.
Yeah, well, you guys aren't exactly close to any shopping malls or nightclubs out here. But what about you? Are you not interested in things like that?
Who, me? Well, I wouldn't mind a new outfit or two, and well, never mind.
It's okay, Pearl. You're at that age, after all. Oh my god. Alright, let's talk about the politician. Oh, we met this weirdo earlier named Politician. Do you know anything about him?
Yes, he's been campaigning a lot around here lately. And the noise he's been making has become quite a problem. People are especially upset that he's campaigning at all hours of the night and day.
Oh my god, that's fucking annoying. Well, the local police should arrest him for disturbing the peace.
Unfortunately, there's little they can do because the Atishin family is so powerful.
Well, isn't he the proverbial pampered provincial prince? He seems pretty intent on winning here in Kurain. There's some special reason why?
Not sure, but I have an idea. Spirit mediums of Kurain once held considerable sway in the political world. Judging by his slogan, maybe that's what he's after.
Right, so he's just another politician seeking powerful connections. Ability to commune with the dead gives comfort to those anxious about the future. Tiny Kurain has preserved its independence by the Queen's power of spirit channeling. Must play a similar role in this village.
Yes, even today many here revere those with spirit medium blood flowing in their veins.
So basically, as politician's benefactor goes, so goes the whole village. Who's this benefactor? Who could hold this much sway over Kurain Village? Interesting. Let me show you that coat, though. You see this raincoat last night?
Oh, sorry, I wish I could help, but...
Nah, don't worry about it. I'm sorry I wasted your time like that.
At least let me offer you some tea. I mean, you must be tired from all your investigating.
Oh, no, you don't have to do that. You're just fine, thank you. She's so polite, it's hard not to feel rude around her. The moss then? Pearl, do you have any idea where this moss might grow?
That looks like Mitama moss. It grows on Mount Mitama and gives off a soft glow in the dark.
Mount Mitama?
See that mountain over there? That's Mount Mitama.
And how would one get there?
You can take a bus from that bus stop over there. May I ask why you're so interested in that moss?
Well, Dr. Buff was supposed to give us something. But it seems he hid it somewhere last night.
He did? And that's why he, Pearl, do you know something that might help us?
Well...
Sounds like I'd better find out what she knows. Where did he go? Pearl, do you have any idea where Dr. Buff might have gone last night?
Well... about that. All I know is Dr. Buff was somewhere on Mount Mitama.
Cyclops! Oh, wait, no, not Cyclops. Lying. She's lying! Bracelet. It's Bracelet. Sorry, I immediately thought Cyclops whenever I see that, but I forgot Apollo is his own thing. My bracelet's reacting! Means Pearl's hiding something from me. Aw, Pearl, stop that! Okay, come on. Pearl! Be chill. Dr. Buff. Was somewhere on Mount Mitama. Nope, that's the one. Pearl, what are you doing? Pearl, you seem anxious around the topic of Mount Mitama. I could tell because you'd rub your thumb over a splotch of dried paint as you said it.
Oh, well...
That nighttime painting is yours, isn't it?
This is so embarrassing. You saw I'm not a very good artist. That picture has nothing to do with Dr. Buff.
Yeah, it does. I'm not so sure about that. In fact, I'm gonna guess that while you were out here painting last night, you actually saw the good doctor heading out to Mount Mitama from the bus stop.
No, I didn't see anything like that, I swear.
Nah, I'm positive you saw that doctor. After all, he's right here in your picture.
You think that's a doctor? I may not be a very good artist, but at least I know how to draw a person.
Okay, if this isn't a person, then what is it?
That's a rain spirit.
Pearl, please. And what's a rain spirit doing at a bus stop?
Oh, rain spirits have places to go too.
This is getting ridiculous. Sorry, Pearl, but you're not a very good liar. That is Dr. Buff, and this piece of evidence proves it. The raincoat. Now I can show you the raincoat. This is the raincoat we found in the doctor's study. It's still wet and muddy, so we know that someone wore it last night. Now, see how this pattern is the same as the rain spirit in your picture?
Huh?
You didn't see a rain spirit last night. You saw Dr. Buff wearing this raincoat.
Sorry, I know I'm not supposed to lie, but...
Pearl, come on.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, Mr. Apollo, but I did see the doctor last night.
It's alright. Just please tell me everything you know.
Of course. I was painting out here last night when the doctor came up to the bus stop. He was wearing a raincoat even though it wasn't raining and a helmet with a light on it.
Sounds like he was well prepared for something.
I know, and that's why I asked him if he was going off exploring again. He looked startled like he hadn't noticed me there. And then he suddenly said, "Please don't tell anyone you saw me here."
Why would he want to silence you like that? Something must have happened to spook him. He didn't want anyone to know where he was going to hide the orb. Interesting, intense music. But where could he have been going dressed like that?
My best guess is a cave somewhere on Mount Mitama.
I heard there's a cave there where mediums of the Korean tradition went to train long ago. Legend has it there are some sort of mystical ruins in there.
Mystical ruins? Sounds like the exact sort of place an archaeologist might go. Well, we should get going now, but thanks for all your help, Pearl.
You're welcome, Mr. Apollo. Please take care.
What do you say we go find that cave, son? Since that orb might finally be within our grasp. Let me save real fast, because it's been a bit. This treasure hunt is shaping up to be the real deal. Really gets the blood pumping, doesn't it? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. May 16th, Mount Mitama, cave entrance. Whew, I'm all out of breath. Ah, come on, that was nothing. You're so much younger than me. I don't normally get this much exercise. Need a break? No, I'm fine. Derek, look! There's the Mitama moss growing in that cave over there. Must be where the doctor was last night. Let's take a look inside. May 16th, Mount Mitama Cave. Can't see a thing. Relax, your eyes will adjust eventually. Follow me. I really think we need a flashlight, Dirk. Scene makes you go feral in a positive way? Interesting. I brought one along then, son. Uh-oh. Here, use mine. Oh god, who was it? Thanks! Wait, were you holding on to out? Were you holding out on me? Who are you talking to, Apollo? Oh, shit. You? Whoa! Someone just pushed me! Apollo? What the? Apollo! Oh my god, no! No! Ow! Why? You alright, son? Yeah. It's like someone got the drop on us. Quite literally. Ooh, I mean, we could have died from that fall. Oh, no. I don't think we'll be getting out the way we came in. Looks like we're in a pretty deep cave. Nothing to do but press on, son. How can you even see in here? Come on, let's go. Hey, wait! One false step and we're dead. What in the world should we do? Oh my god, go forward. I guess we keep going. There must have been some path for Dr. Buff to follow when he came here to hide the orb. Right, by the way, looks like our attacker left us with this useful parting gift. Oh, now we got a flashlight. From lawyer to spelunker. How do I always get myself into these situations? I'm never gonna make it out alive. I hope you know. Don't tell me you're scared, son. Just getting started. The greatest treasures are only ever found at the point of a blade or the edge of a cliff. Yeah, sure. I'd known I'd wind up at the bottom of some dark, damp cave. I'd never taken your request, Dirk. Save your breath, Apollo. Let's keep putting one foot ahead of the other. There really better be a way out of here. We'll find one before you know it. You'll see. Right, May 16th, Mount Mitama Cave. Been walking for over an hour. It's like a maze in here. Couldn't get back to where we started if we wanted to. Yeah, this cave goes deeper than I thought. Wait, don't tell me there really is no way out. There's a will, there's a way. That's what I say about Momo all the time. Ever the optimist, aren't you? Maybe we should cut our losses while we still can. Forge ahead. Even if we were to turn back, we wouldn't make it up that wall of solid rock. So I guess we keep going. How did I get stuck wandering around in a dark cave again? It's definitely not in my job description. Listen, son. Only the truly accomplished have the luxury of being so choosy. When I was just starting out, I did everything from street performing to yak milking. And that helped you become an accomplished attorney. How? Didn't, but when you need to earn a living, you'll take on any job just to survive. Say, how is your career going, by the way? Look! You stop doing shit for free. Well, it's been a harrowing adventure so far, to say the least. My first trial really put me through the ringer. And my next case had me investigating a pair of stolen panties. Ah, Clavier. And just when I was hitting my stride, this one prosecutor branded me as Air Forehead. Oh, and then there's this other ridiculous prosecutor who wields a samurai sword. Sounds like you've, seen quite a bit. You're telling me. Listen. Oh, sorry. Listen, Apollo. I'm, sorry I didn't contact you for so long. Fine, Dirk. Happened. Careful. The ground doesn't feel as solid here. What? Yikes! The cave floor's collapsing. Ah! Not again! Oh my god! This is why we needed a raincoat. Well, we don't know where the hell we are now. Hey, Apollo, can you hear me? Dirk? Oh shit! We're on the ruins. Huh? Where are we? Is that a water bottle? Oh, what is this place? Cool. I'm shocked too. These ruins look really old. It's not exactly something you'd expect to find in the middle of a cave system, that's for sure. Maybe the doctor hid the orb around here? I mean, those look like footprints over there. True. Son, I think our little adventure's about to pay dividends. Time to find that orb. Why is there a water bottle? What's a plastic bottle doing here? Seaweed stuck to it, which means it probably came from the ocean. It's possible this cavern is connected to the sea somehow. Interesting. These have gotta be the doctor's footprints. They match the bottom of the boots we saw in his study. So he made it all the way down here. The water's washed most of them away, but his footprints are everywhere. Really? Because these are the only set I see. Must have been looking for something. Ah, those prints. Coming out of that lake. Hey, you're right. That would mean Dr. Buff came walking out of the water. You take a boat? So that's the hole we fell through. Doesn't look like we'll be going back that way. We're lucky we survived the fall from way up there. Indeed, if that hole hadn't been above the lake, we'd be history. Passed out the moment you hit the water. Yeah, well, water's not really my thing. This cavern is solid rock all around. Looks like we'll either go back through that hole or find some other way out. Why am I always between a rock and a hard place? It's a big stone altar. One false move and some god might come and smite us. Oh, come on, it's not all doom and gloom. I dare you to look at our surroundings and say that again, Dirk. You've got me there, son. Dear gods, please smite me now. No, please don't do that. We don't want Apollo getting smitten. This lake looks really deep. I can't even see the bottom. Bottomless lake in the depths of the mountain cave system. My blood runs cold at the thought of falling in there. The water. It's salty. This lake may very well lead to the ocean. Didn't Pearl mention something about the ocean? Like how it's on the other side of the mountain? Can't imagine she meant it literally. And she probably did. That's a fish. That looks like a fish to me. It could be a rock, but it definitely looks like a fish. It's just chilling. I'm pretty sure it's a rock, though. Anyway. Driftwood? How'd that get in here? Drifting in, I'd assume. The only question is from where. What's up with this? This box looks pretty new. I'm guessing the doctor's the one who brought it down here. It's no good. It's locked tight. There's no way to open it? Doesn't look like it. There isn't even a keyhole. Which means there must be some trick to opening it. We'll have to figure it out if we want to see what's inside. Let's sum up what we know so far. The orb is almost definitely inside this box contraption that we can't open. As for this cave, there doesn't seem to be any way out. Ugh, we're this close to the orb. Aw, come on now, son. Don't be like that. Just a bit of bad luck, that's all. A bit? Murphy called. He wants his law back. Doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? How can he laugh at a time like this? Stuck here for now, so we might as well try to open this thing. Okay, let's see what we're dealing with. Let me save. Oh, there's a bunch of dialogue we just went through, so we're gonna save in case it crashes. Alright, so... I think it has to do with the verses. So let's take a look. Actually, hold on. Where is the front? Where do we think the front is? Oh, probably here, where the side with the flower. Okay. You said please, thank you. Okay, so... Dragon and tiger battle. And then the butterfly embraces the Mitama, and then offer prayer, and then descend. The thing is covered with pictures. And hey, each section also rotates. I mean, that was my immediate assumption that it would rotate. Take a look at this, son. See the picture of a dragon battling a tiger? This green and purple one. A Kurenese butterfly and a Mitama. I wonder if there are clues for figuring out how to open this box. Bruh. I want to rotate it! Oh man, come on. Fine, I guess I have to look at it first. There's a big button here. Huh. Nothing happened. It appears this box uses a picture-based combination lock. We'll have to arrange the pictures on each side in the correct sequence. Let's see. There's the dragon and tiger fight, a Kurenese butterfly with a Mitama, and a number of other pictures, too. Dirk, I was thinking maybe we should check the evidence we've collected so far. think we have something that just might help us open it. I already know! Let me do it! Let me do the puzzle! Read my mind, son. I think this will help us open the puzzle box. Can you please let me do the puzzle? Dr. Bust's research notes mention the Song of Ceremony. Maybe its lyrics and the picture on the box correspond somehow. No shit. Think you're onto something, son. Okay, let's give it a shot. Each dial is 6 pictures. And there are 4 dials in all. The box should open once the pictures are arranged in the right order. Funky puzzle box, here comes justice! Alright, we got them battling. And that one. Prayers as fervent as fire for the Holy Mother to return, and then she'll descend in all her glory. I mean... I guess the dragon one is fervent prayer. As fire, because you're coming out of a dragon's mouth. And then she will return. Bestow her blessings. Okay, let's try this. Won't open. Maybe the pictures aren't in the right order. Okay, I gotta figure out which one is which. Okay. Guess I can pinch in and pinch out when I want to see the pictures in a little bit more. Not that I need to. Butterfly embraces the Mitama, the favor of the orb is bestowed. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those first 2 are really obvious. I mean, I feel like this one is... Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire, only then shall the Holy Mother return. Would that be weird? Would it be weird to put it in the middle like this? Founder, but just descends upon us in all our glory and then yeah, power. If this does anything. Ooh, it worked! That's tricky. Ooh, we got the orb. It opened! So this is the Founder's Orb. Did it, son! The orb is finally ours! Kurain's national treasure. The doctor hid it in the ruins before his untimely death. What is this music? I'm a little concerned for our boys. At last, the Founder's Orb is ours. It's all thanks to you, son. Well done. And again, I'd expect nothing less from my boy. Oh, it's no big deal. Don't sell yourself short. You may think it's nothing, but your insights and reasoning led us here. And I'd say that's truly impressive. I don't know about that. It's the Defiant Dragons theme. It's very intense. All those battles you fought in the courtroom have shaped you into the man you are today. I couldn't be prouder. Will you cut it out already before I turn into a sun-ripened tomato? This orb, I can finally deliver a fatal blow to the Garan machine. So how exactly do you plan on using it? You're not gonna try to become a spirit medium, are you? Don't be ridiculous. I don't need supernatural powers like that.
So then are you going to use it as a bargaining chip with Queen Garan? Like demanding she abolishes the Defense Culpability Act? Oh, the thought had crossed my mind, but the main thing is returning this to the kingdom of Kurain. After all, it's a sacred relic of Kurainism. That is where it belongs. Really? That's all you wanted to do? Because my true objective has always been to find out who asked Dr. Buff to study it and why. I'm not sure I follow. What? The official story is that the orb was stolen from Temple's treasure room. Yeah, I heard about that on the news. They also said your group was behind the theft. That's not good. Probably on an international most wanted list now. Let me ask you something, Apollo. Who do you think really stole the orb? I really haven't a clue. Well, I think it was one of the royals. Yeah, I also think it was the dad. Really? Someone from the royal family? Yeah, and I've got a pretty good idea of which one it was. He knows who it is? Care to share your hunch? All I'll say at this point is this. Security is pretty tight, but the royals have unfettered access to the treasure room. Plus, they seem to be turning a blind eye to the orb's loss. But why would a member of the royal family do that? That I haven't figured out yet. But whatever the reason, it can't be good. I mean, a Kurainese royal stealing a national treasure of such religious significance? And pitting the crime on us, the defiant dragons? Sounds like a conspiracy or something. I agree. If the truth were to come to light, it'd be a scandal of epic proportions. Allow a foreign national to study a treasure so sacred that it's off limits to the public? It'd be seen as utter sacrilege to those who truly revere the Holy Mother. So if this were to go public, support for the Garan regime would weaken. That's not all. This is just a hunch, but I believe there's something even bigger here. Something that would explain why the orb was being studied in the first place. Something that would shake the kingdom of Kurain to its very core. I'm gonna find out what. Probably right, his intuition is usually spot on. Does this have something to do with the Founder's Orb also being the Orb of Ami Faye? Dirk, why are you so bent on the revolution anyway? Is it to reform the legal system in Kurain? There's that. But I'm also doing this for my children. I want to save Nayuta. What do you mean? It's for your ears only. The other reason why this revolution needs to succeed. Why? Nayuta, I never thought that our reunion would take place in a courtroom. Oh, so you've run into each other already. Yeah, but it was like he was a different person. Kind of a stick in the mud. He used to be such a kind, cheerful kid. Always smiling and stuff, but now? He tried to convict Trucy for a crime she didn't even commit. Plus, he kept telling me I had a putrid mind and to let it go and move on. Really gotten that bad? Must be Garon's influence. It wasn't like that when he first stepped into the courtroom. Back then, he still had a keen sense of justice. Vowed to bring the Garan regime down and reform the legal system. That's what he swore to do. That was also 5 years ago. He'd been the shining star of the Defiant Dragons and our greatest hope. Wait, Nayuta was a dragon? Was. These days, he's more like Garon's lapdog. Talk about a complete about-face. Why would he do that? Something must have happened to him. Something that sparked a radical change. Still, I don't think he truly believes in the new path he's taken. It's not conviction that fills his heart. It's resignation and despair. I see. The only thing I know for sure is Nayuta's suffering. He's suffering in silence. Nayuta... suffering? I mean, we did kind of help him get whacked in the beats
whacked in the face with beads a bunch, so I imagine that is also another kind of suffering. Yes, he knows the rightful state of Kurain's legal system, but something forces him to bend to Garan's will and is tearing him apart. Oof. Yeah, that's pretty harsh. It's been 5 years. Do you really think he even still wants to reform the legal system? As long as he carries what I've taught him in his heart, I do. What are your teachings? Tell me more. A dragon never yields. That's what you always told us. That I did. It's a belief I've held since back when I was a lawyer. The dragon stands as the pinnacle of the natural world. Nothing and no one can bend its will. That's why we lawyers must pursue the truth like an unyielding dragon, right? We must fight for the truth to the bitter end, no matter what it takes. Dirk and Mr. Wright, they have that much in common. That's why I've held on to this badge, even though there are no more lawyers in Kurain. Oh, that is the Kurain's lawyer badge? He wears right there? Neat. Believe that one day our legal system will return to its former glory. This badge here is a testament to that belief. Interesting. I wonder if Nayuta still believes in what you taught us. He does. That much I'm sure of.
A dragon never yields.
I know that belief is etched deep in his heart. I bet my life on it. After all, he is my flesh and blood. This unshakable faith and confidence is what draws people to him, whether they like it or not. Even people like me. You know, I remember back when we were kids, Nayuta used to say with great pride, I have the blood of the dragon within me. Yes, and that's why I want to free him. Free him from the poisonous clutches of the Garan regime. So that's your other reason for starting a revolution. Yes, I need to smack some sense into that boy of mine. I mean, what else are fathers for? I wouldn't know. Now that we have the orb, on to the next problem. Getting out of here. Yeah, about that. Well, we're not going back the way we came, that's for sure. That hole we fell through is way too high to climb back up to. Actually, I have an idea. That lake water tastes salty, which means it must connect to the ocean. But wait a second, you're not suggesting we swim our way out of here. I'm pretty sure that's what he's suggesting. Exactly what I'm suggesting. We have no idea how deep that lake goes. It's pitch black down there. Not a problem. How is that not a problem? I mean, how do you even know if there's really a passage to the ocean? Well, one of us has to try, and I'm the better swimmer. Time's a-wasting. I'll be back before you know it, son. Dirk! It's gone. I sure hope he knows what he's doing. Oh, my lord. May 16th, Mount Mitama, Kuraini's ruins. In 20 minutes. Save. Hope he's okay. I'm sorry, what? What's going on? Uh-oh. The water. It's rising and fast. Ah! Need air. Ah! I don't know how to swim! I don't grab onto something that floats. Oh my god, please grab the driftwood, Apollo. This is bad. I better think of something quick. Driftwood, driftwood. Bro. Bro. Right there.
Got it. As long as I hold on to this, I should be able to stay afloat. Okay. Hey, maybe I can use this like an oxygen tank. Wait, what am I thinking? I need to stay calm and be more rational about this. It was funny to look at. Minna's being sad and whiny. Oh, she wants more food. This is not good. The water is almost up to the top of the altar. It won't be long before it reaches the roof of the cave. Ooh, box? Puzzle box is still at the base of the altar. Must be designed to stay put even at high tide. Wait, that's it! Dr. Buff must have gotten in here from some oceanside entrance at low tide. That's why his footprints were leading out of the lake. So it really does connect to the ocean. Not that that helps. I drowned before I made it out. It's no use. The hole's still too high up. Find another way, and quick. Or I drown. Water won't stop rising. Ah! I'm getting swept away! Ah! Please stop! Uh-oh. Can you reach the hole now? Water's just high enough for me to reach the hole. I'm saved! All I have to do is go back the way we came. The water might even lift me all the way back up over that wall of rock. Here goes. Huh? The hole, it's full of rubble. Ah, shit. The tunnel collapsing above must have filled it in after we fell through. This can't be happening. No, I can't give up now. I refuse to die here. The water, I can't... A Legal of Destiny is what the song is called? I would say so. I can't breathe. He's fine, right? They wouldn't kill him. Is this the end? Dirk. Wonder if he made it out. So this is what it feels like. Drown. Would have eaten that sushi if I'd known it would be my last meal. Aw, man. Sad. Feel like I've been through this before. Ah, now I remember. It was back when all three of us were living in that shack in the mountains. Nayuta and I were playing by the riverside when we got swept up in the rapids. Ah! Ah! Thought we were goners, but then... Nayuta! Apollo! Hold on, I'm coming! Ah! Kid Apollo. Kid Nayuta crying! That was a close one. I thought I'd lost you two. I'm sorry, Dirk! Alright, that's enough now. Didn't I teach you that boys don't cry? Thank you, Father. You could have been killed. But you risked your life to save us. Why? Small horn. Oh, they are small mini horns. Oh, that's cute. What a silly question. What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Nayuta, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me. Understand? Hey, Dirk. This isn't forever, right? You'll bring me back from America someday, right?
Of course, I'll come pick you up as soon as things settle down here. Promise.
Okay. Promised. Dirk waited and waited. The day you'd come and take me home. You never came. That's why I tried to forget about you. My life back in Kurain. Oh, he just wants to go home! Oh, that's sad. Dirk. Why? Why didn't you? Hello. Oh, hello. Apollo! Can you hear me? Dirk? Still can't swim, eh? You came back. Why? Bro. Said I'd come for you, didn't I? Yeah, but you can't hold on to me and swim. We're both going to... Stop talking. Bite your tongue. What? Whoa, 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 whoa! Being pulled underwater. What's going on? Why is this happening? Oh shit, did I miss what his horns looked like? Damn. There they go. Oh my god, we're back! Where? Ah, you finally came to, son. Get your fill of the seawater? I think your name's not Neptune, huh? Dirk? Oh my god, Dats is free. You're telling me! Check it out, snot's coming out of his nose! What a miraculous escape! Not even some of the escape artists' greats could pull that off. What on earth happened? Sorry it took me so long, son. I made it to the ocean, but I figured you still couldn't swim. I found a local fisherman and had him take us out near the undersea cavern. Tied a rope to me and I came and grabbed you, and he yanked me back. Ah, so that's what pulled us under with such great force. Don't forget about me. I assisted in your escape too. Escape Act 2, Polly. Hell, compatriots escape from all sorts of places. Mountain jails, island prisons. But an undersea cavern? Now that was a first. Dirk, he risked his life for me. Dirk, I'm only alive because of you. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. I, did what any father would do for his son. You saved my life yet again. And don't you ever forget it, Apollo. That's your dad now. Oh my god, and you're hungry because you declined food earlier. Respect your dad, Apollo. I guess seawater doesn't make for much of a meal. It's because Polly didn't have any sushi. Yeah, it is. Oh, yeah, I haven't eaten anything since this morning. Oh, that's right. Hey, AJ! Dirk had me buy this for you. Nice. Sushi! Yay. Thought you might be hungry. Ready to have some this time around? Yeah, thanks. Nom 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 nom. Oh wow, this is delicious. Glad you approve. You better get some before you eat them all. Nom 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 nom. Character development! Just like old times. Dirk used to slice up the fish he caught and we'd all eat fresh sashimi together. He used to talk about all the vitamins and minerals packed in the raw fish. Nice! Nom 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 nom. Hey, by the way, let me see that orb, AJ.
Here we go. Wow, so that's what it looks like.
Found the legendary treasure? Nice work, Polly.
Only time in the series that the victim music plays somewhere other than the end of a case and it fits. It really does. It really, truly does. Thanks. Guess you could say mission accomplished. The orb, our revolution can take a big step forward. Let's celebrate the eve of our revolution. We'll get all dressed up and feast till dawn. Yeah, now you're talking. Time to party. After all that, I just want to go to bed. Sure wish Naruto was here. Maybe one day we'll enjoy times like these together again. The revolution, if it can bring back those happy days, and sign me up for... the damn politician. Sorry to interrupt your little party, but I'm here for my crystal. Right, left, halt! Ah, it's him again. Well done! And then again, I always knew you could do it. After all, we politicians must be excellent judges of character. Still, I'm impressed you both made it out of there alive. Are you the fucker who pushed us? I hate you. Wait a second! You're the one who shoved us into that pit? Sounds so bad when you say it like that. All I did was give you a little nudge in the right direction. So, it was you. No good son of a... Yeep! Don't look at me like that. The crystal of Ami Faye is mine. Now hand it over. My dead body. Yeek! Detect him! Help! Ah, shit. Yeah, I know. Emma, what's going on here? Filed a police report. He claims you're trying to steal his family heirloom. That's him, the one with the long hair. Arrest him this instant. He's the thief that made off with the Addison family's most precious heirloom. Well, I suppose I should ask you to come in for questioning. Down at the police station? I think I'll pass. After all, Mr. Addison seems bent on having me arrested on theft charges. This is not good. If Dirk gets arrested, he'll be sent back to Kurain to face execution. Sorry, but now that I know you have the crystal, or orb as you call it, I must insist. Will you please come with me, sir? Emma, I'm afraid I can't let you take Dirk in. You received the orb from Dr. Buff in a perfectly legal transaction. Is that so? Can you prove it? Of course. This should sufficiently prove that the orb now belongs to Dirk. I don't want to give this because it's shady. Oh well. Take a look at this agreement. What do we have here? Let's see. I agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons if I will come to no harm. It appears to be a perfectly legal agreement. Not so fast. That's not the Founder's Orb. It's the Crystal of Ami Faye, which means their agreement is null and void. This is going nowhere fast. Say that again. Then it will just have to go to trial. Right, Apollo? Mr. Wright? Daddy! Hi, Phoenix! What's with you two? You look like you just saw a ghost. Oh, yeah. I mentioned she had seen him around. Did we forget? What are you doing in Crane Village, Mr. Wright? Mr. Attition has retained me as his lawyer. No! No! I hate this. Wait, you're his lawyer? But he's a scumbag! Why, Mr. Wright? I think you'd have more pressing things to ask me about. Yeah, I do. Yeah. For ask while I still can. What? Mr. Wright, why are you serving as Mr. Attition's lawyer? Because he hired me. He needed my help in getting a family heirloom back from Dr. Buff. And it seems he correctly foresaw that something like this might happen. It's because those shifty insurgents were harassing poor Dr. Buff. So I knew I might need a lawyer if things went south. I figured with a celebrated lawyer like Phoenix Wright, I couldn't go wrong. Is this what you came back from Kurain for, Mr. Wright? Yeah, it was just good timing. My work over there just happened to wrap up, so here I am. Plus, Mr. Attition is a very important client. We know each other? But I've never heard Mr. Wright mention his name before. Crystal of Amife. Mr. Wright, are you sure this is Mr. Attition's family heirloom? That's my client's assertion. He says it's the Crystal of Amife. Apparently, it's the crystal she once used when channeling spirits. Who's Amife? She brought Kuraini's channeling to Japan, and her descendants brought it here. Her true origins are still rather murky. But what's clear is she is the founder of the Kurain channeling technique. Oh, so she's like the one that they call the founder in Kurain, the Holy Mother. I bet they're the same person. Apollo, I don't plan to betray my client's confidence. I may not know all the facts yet, but I do know we won't be handing the crystal over to you. What? What are you saying? What are you saying? What are you saying? I'm really sorry it comes to this, but... Mr. Wright? I don't understand. Let me spell it out then. If you continue to claim that crystal belongs to your client, then I will be seeing you in court. What? Oh no, it's the Wright Anything Agency against the Wright Anything Agency! No!
What's gotten into you, Daddy?
Nothing. This is strictly business. Two lawyers from the same firm facing off? What are the odds? Lucky for me, I believe I have the right man for the job. Whatever are you going to do? Remember, he is your boss. Gotta face Phoenix in court? Oh my god! What a trip. Mr. Wright, please, don't do this! Apollo, there's no point in arguing about it here. When it's now clear we're headed to court, that's where we'll find out who the crystal really belongs to. I don't believe it. Am I really gonna face Mr. Wright in court?
Daddy, Apollo, no! We can't have our agency's talent competing against each other.
It's too late, Trucy. The die has been cast. We each have to fight for our client's best interests.
But...
So, what's it gonna be, Apollo? Are we gonna have to take this to trial? We have to battle Mr. Wright in court? The legendary Phoenix Wright? No matter how many trials of his I've watched, no matter how dire the situation, he's always pulled out a win in the end. Can I do it? Can I really take on the man whose footsteps I've been following in? You owe it to Dirk to at least try. What should I do?
Oh my god. It's gonna be epic. I'm gonna do it. We gotta do it. Now we face ourselves. There's no turning back now. It's a trial you want, Mr. Wright? I'm more than happy to oblige. I'm ready to fight for my client. Even if it means facing off against you. Alright. I won't be pulling any punches either, Apollo. The kid gloves are officially off. May the best attorney win. You got it. Whoa, whoa, whoa! First Daddy, now you? Only time an objection theme plays outside of court. Holy shit. Huh, you're not seriously... Sorry, Trucy. But I have to do this. Apollo? Alright then, I better go prepare for tomorrow. See you in court. Daddy, no, wait! Fine mess I've gotten you into, son. I mean, of all the lawyers we could have faced, it had to be him. He's practically a celebrity in Korean now. They're calling him the Fighting Phoenix. I'll be fine. After all, I've come a long way too. Who knows? I could even end up winning. There's always a chance. Right? No, this may be a blessing in disguise. The trial proves what we found is indeed the Founder's Orb. Whoever asked Dr. Buff to study it may be revealed too. This is our chance to finally pull them out of the shadows. First step of your revolution, huh? Yes, a revolution to restore Kurain to its former glory. Save Nayuta's soul. There's a lot on the line in this case. Dirk, I swear to fight as hard as I can in court to make that a reality. We're gonna win this one, you'll see. No, you can do it, son. Doesn't matter that I'll be going up against Mr. Wright. I have to win this for Dirk. And for Nayuta. His salvation, along with all of Kurain, depends on it. Holy shit, this is nuts. This is some crazy, 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 crazy shit going on. Oh my god. But gonna have to wait for next week, I think. Hopefully. Hold on, let me see. Next week is the 3rd? Yeah, okay. We should be good for next week. There's a chance that sometime within the next couple weeks, I might not be able to stream because my work wants to do a holiday party thing, which if I can, I'm gonna try to get out of it, but I don't know for sure. And the date has not been set in stone, but it's probably gonna be the 3rd or the 10th, and I'm like, I would really prefer it to be like the 9th, which is a Friday when I'm not normally doing anything anyway. But yeah. Anyway, thanks for watching, everyone who stopped in, said hello, all the lurkers, VoD watchers. What a crazy ride we found ourselves on. We have to fight ourselves. Mirror match, sort of. Gonna be insane, but it's all in the name of the truth. No matter what matters in the end is that we find out the truth, so it's gonna be good. So, yeah, if you're not already following, please go ahead and hit that follow button so you can see when we pick up this madness next time, either next week or the week after. But for now, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your night. I am gonna go do other stuff, and then maybe we'll probably do some Heaven on High tomorrow in 14. Yeah. Have a great night, and, I'll see you guys all next week. Have a good rest of your weekend, and I hope to see you then. Bye!
ancient ass sewage system to whatever the fuck this is. Yo! Oh shit! Yo, what is up, Sparking Parfait?